Hi guys. I'm back. I was trying to do something. I decided to use StreamYard this time. Um, I haven't used StreamYard in a while, like a long while actually. I don't even remember the last time I used StreamYard, so it's kind of like uh, change. Everybody needs change. Now I can't move this. Anyway, there's the link, Lori. If you want to click the link and come up, I am trying to. I'm so confused. Hold on. Anyway, so we just kind of ended the last show, or just ended it because there was technical issues. For some reason, Restream did not want to show me my chat, so I just couldn't. I couldn't see what you guys were saying. The only way I could see it was on my phone. So I don't want to end it like that. I still want to chat with you guys if you guys want to chat. If not, I'll just end it. But I just want to say bye either way. Glory is supposed to come back up. Not sure what we're gonna chat about, but whatever. Cynthia is supposedly going to bed and still texting Cynthia. I know you're watching this. You're probably one of the two people. um, you know what bothers me is that I know why half of you like tune into me now, and I'm like, if I don't say something to you about Dylan Rounds, I feel like people are like, oh, why am I watching this? Why am I watching this girl with like in her garage? Like, for what reason? Some Beach, what's up? Did you see Queen Bee's interview with two different kids of Kurt's? I did not, Some Beach. What children were they? Not Some Beach. Turn your YouTube off, Glory.
I did.
All right. I didn't. I do actually watch Queen Bee's channel. So, but I didn't see that. So who were the kids and what was going down? And if you want to come up here and stay behind a little kitty cup like Lori, you can do that. So people don't have to like show their mug like I do. You've been looking for your phone, Glory?
Yes. I heard it go off. I sent myself a.
Tell us you're getting old without telling us you're getting old.
I'm just. It fell off the bed and I can't see it. Dark against dark surfaces in dark light. There it is.
Some Beach. I was just watching that when you went live. Well, yeah, for now, he is the public interest. Once it's over, we will still follow you, Jess. I hope so. But either way, I want you to come up here and like tell me what's going on. Some Beach. Like, don't make me end my live to go over there and watch somebody else's live. Give us the dirt, girl. But this is the late night crew. We're 3:55 East Coast time. This is time for you to come on and tell us what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I really don't watch a lot of people. I used to. But then I just got to the point where I think everybody's a little crazy. They were making me a little crazy. So, all right, I'm bringing Some Beach up.
Good morning.
No, Mama.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yes. What are you doing?
I said good morning. I'm a little sick again. But I was watching it when you came live. Like, I just woke up and I'm just now watching it while you came live. And the kids are going as alias Sammy 2 and D. Sammy just slipped and said his name is Dustin. But they're clearing up all the rumors.
Oh my goodness.
I
What are they
know.
saying, girl? Drop the T.
Well, like
Drop the
I was
T.
only like a few minutes in whenever I seen you come live, so I was like, oh, I wonder if Jess watched it so she could like give me a roundup before. I mean, I'm still gonna watch all of it, of course, but they were basically saying Jim really did pick like the bottom of the barrel people to ask, and that they have been coming in and what it's doing to Kurt, and that they feel sorry for him, that he wouldn't hurt, Dylan regardless. That um they were there when the cops showed
So,
up.
so they were very supportive.
Yes, they're very, very supportive. And the in the comments, I was going off on a girl because one of the kids must have slipped up and said that he has 7 kids, but that doesn't mean that he don't have an 8th kid that they don't know about. And
No, it's 8, but go on.
but it could be a kid in the Philippines that Kurt's claiming that really isn't his. We don't, you know what I mean? You don't know as the public unless they release that from their mouths. You know what I mean?
No, Kurt has 8 kids. They're not Filipino. None of them.
Oh, okay. I didn't know, like, maybe why one of the kids said 7. I didn't even hear the kids say 7. I just seen the nasty comments like, they don't even know they have 7 more brothers and sisters. Like, grow up and give them a chance. Maybe one's passed away. Maybe one's not claiming Kurt. Maybe one's DNA is in question. I don't know, but let's listen to them and give them a chance first.
Yeah. There's just, it's.
Is it a
I
witch
always
hunt?
say this. Well, it's just the nature of the beast. I mean,
Well, it feels like a
YouTube
witch hunt. It really
it's brutal.
does.
It's absolutely brutal. It's like you literally have to put on armor, strap yourself up with your best verbal weapon, and try to protect yourself like on the YouTube streets when you're
Yeah,
really just trying to find out what happened to a missing person. And it's a battle. So if you can relay how you feel to how his actual parents feel,
I know.
you know what I'm
I've
saying?
been in their shoes. My sister was missing 7.5 weeks. I had to be my own PI. I had to find evidence so the cops would actually start taking her case seriously, or we would have bet my niece and nephew was in the wing of all this, and we were watching a murderer run around with my niece and nephew. So I've been through this, and people. I was in Florida. My sister was in Texas. And they told me we did it. They told me my 7-year-old nephew done it, put him on Front Street. I mean, just ripped him,
It got
7 years
crazy.
old. They
Yeah.
went nuts, like followed them
Yeah,
everywhere.
because it's like every single person that is around Dylan, knows Dylan, was associated with Dylan, was connected to Dylan, is being looked at.
But the
Every single
FBI
one of
came
them.
in and swept up 3 people, and Kurt Wadsworth wasn't one of them. So can we at least start there? One also says he's part of a murder investigation. Last I knew, no one else was. Well, there was another body found in the desert. So I mean, I don't know.
It's
Uh,
um, it's just par for the course. It's just it's bound to happen. Kurt was close to Dylan. I don't think there's any denying that. He admits that by his own admission. His daughter as well. So they're going. I said to one of the family members that like back on June 12th, I said to them, uh, "This is gonna get brutal.
yeah.
People are going to look into every single aspect of your life, and it's gonna get real tough."
What's
And it
it,
has.
it's also like the first person that they pointed their fingers at, but new evidence has come out. So you've just overlooked that, stepped over that pile to stay at poor Kurt's Wadsworth. I just don't
Well,
see him doing it. He had 15
I
family
said with the
members in
Summer
Texas.
Wells case that every case you must look at objectively. What myself and another person that work on this case together were doing earlier before I went live, way earlier. We were talking to someone involved with the case, and we were talking to them about the victimology of Dylan Rouse. Who exactly was he?
Right.
Who was Dylan completely? Not the whitewashed version, not any of that. Just who was he? Because you must start there to understand anything else that happened to him or how he got where he was or who he associated with and why. You have to understand him.
Right.
So, the conversation was very deep. I'm not going to relay it. I'm sorry, but there was graphic things, abusive things, and stuff of that nature, and it paints a picture of how Dylan became Dylan.
Right.
Where he was and what was going on with him and the people that he chose to be close to or around to. There's a reason for all of that.
Exactly. And it isn't because he's gay. It's
Yeah,
because he
I'm
needed a
not even
daddy
gonna put
figure.
that on the table. Yeah, there's such bigger issues here. Um, just from back in his childhood, young
Right.
childhood, all the way up
Right.
till
Well, it's
now.
all coming out slowly. It's embarrassing. But
Yeah.
that's what they're going to do. Instead of looking at who's in jail and dissecting their life, we're still stuck on Kurt. Let's dissect Chase. Let's dissect Jim Brenner. Let's see those two be put up on Front Street. How come they're the only ones that nobody's getting info on? What?
Who did you say again? Chase and Robert?
And Jim Brenner. Well, all three, really.
Well, Gloria, if you would like to talk about the hearing that you were
Oh,
at
yes, she
with
went.
Chase today, please go ahead.
Oh, well, it wasn't actually a hearing because it got postponed till Thursday. Second time this week. I went in on Monday and got there, and the courtroom was locked, and they unlocked it, and there was no defendant, and so I did some checking and found out that it was they had changed it to today. So I went today, and there was somebody who looked completely unlike Chase Venstra's booking photo. And so I went down to the court clerk and says, "Oh yes, that got changed after you left yesterday, and so that's now on Thursday. So Thursday at 1:30 Mountain Time, and it's going to be a video appearance, and I'll post a link on my community tab for people who are interested in tuning into that." And
I'm interested.
Me
and
too.
I'm going to see about trying my first attempt at a live afterwards, because I know there's some people who are over in Australia and the United Kingdom, and who may not be able to get it because of um, geography. I'm not sure that even
There's just
Canada.
different time zones, but you do want to be careful with that because going live, if there's not, just make sure you have good reception. If you don't have good
Okay,
reception, it's going to be cutting in and out, and then it would
I
just be
see.
better to do video
Okay,
so that it doesn't do that. So just be
okay.
perceptive of that.
All right. Well, I thought I
And
would do a
quite
little
honestly,
test. I thought I'd do a little test run and see how it does, but it sounds like close down any extraneous tabs, and uh, probably just do it on a different browser, and then I don't have to worry about the tabs that I normally like to have up.
So I
Well,
have a
do
question.
courthouses have like free Wi-Fi or
Some
Wi-Fi?
do.
Huh?
Some do these days. Some do.
Okay. Well,
For the
if they have
media.
that, just just make sure the signal is strong.
Okay.
If not,
Yeah.
it's gonna be cutting out, and then I would just rather see the actual video without cutting out.
Well, I
If
won't
you
be
could
able
do
to
that.
stream the actual hearing myself. What I can do is post the link so that other people can tune in, and that's why I was saying
That's a good idea.
do a live afterward after it's over, so that can say, okay, this is what was going on, because some people may not understand and have a few questions.
So
Um, I did ask the uh, leave a message for the court clerk, and she called back and said no, streaming it on uh, social media is
If you get
allowed.
to talk to the family, Glory, will you just ask Candace how much Dylan was in Idaho in the last 2 years?
yeah, that's
Okay.
a good question.
Yeah. Well,
Because from what I understand, it was quite a bit.
yeah, that's
He didn't really, even though it's like, oh, he lived in Lucin for 2 years. No, he did not.
Right.
No,
He
he didn't.
farmed in Lucin for 2 years.
yeah.
Yeah.
And when he wasn't farming, he was home. So I have a question for you, real quick, while it's blank, and that I whatever. So have you reached out to Chase's son? And does Jim Brenner have kids or family that we could reach out to?
I do not know if James Brenner has family.
Mm,
Um, I have not heard of anything like that. He seems to be a loner man that just nomadic ish. I want to describe him as, just from what I've heard. As far as Chase, me and Cynthia have something in the works.
okay,
So
perfect.
we'll wait on that.
Because that's what
But
I'm interested in, hearing Robert Avila's family and friends and all that. We've tore Kurt's life apart. The FBI's, I'm sure, tore his life apart. So the
Christy, they tore Christy apart.
no, Kurt Wadsworth
Yeah. Oh,
life apart.
Kurt. I thought you said Kurt's wife.
I know I'm sick. Um, they've tore his life apart. Now his poor kids are stuck, probably, once in a while, or maybe at first even wondering, did Dad do this? But there was 15 people in town. How did he get away from 15 people for that amount of hours? They were
There was
partying
more
to a
than
bar.
15.
Well, I mean, 15. She says 15 came into town. The daughter does. The second
No,
daughter
there,
said
there was like
10.
30. There was like 30.
The second daughter said 10 of us came into town. Excuse me,
Mm.
I'm sick. But so his life's been tore up. He's talking. We've got him talking. So if they're all going to point fingers, he's talking. What about the three that are arrested? Why aren't you going to, not you, Jess.
Well, I
I'm talking
mean,
about the internet.
they're in jail. You know what I mean? So they're a little bit harder to get a hold of.
Well, they don't have no
But
problem pulling out his kids.
say that again.
They have no issue pulling his children out like this and bashing his dad till they feel like they have to speak. Like, you have to speak at this point. Otherwise, people are just going to keep. I mean, Kurt does himself no favors. I'm not going to lie and say, oh, his mouth is just blah, 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 blah. And then everything he says, it leads to a, oh my God, look, he's hiding something.
Yeah. Yeah. No, can continue. I'm interested to hear
Well,
what
I'm
you have to
just
say.
interested in that. Like, why in the world is it okay to do this to Kurt? Kurt's been investigated too. He did not get locked up. In fact, he told them what he did know, and they didn't want to hear it. In his words, not mine. Those are his words, not mine. From starting from Candace herself and to the FBI. The daughter says she called the FBI, and they weren't interested in her
Some
either.
Beach, if you could just hold on just a second, just hold
Okay.
that thought. Emily, if you would like to come up, you see that these other two ladies are not exactly like on camera, and you don't have to be either. But with these sort of allegations, you're
Ooh.
either gonna have to, come up and
Yeah,
speak,
Emily, can I have some proof?
or just stop saying that, because I don't know that that's true. And that's a serious thing to say.
That is. That's heavy.
It's very heavy, and it's Kurt is as far as I know, not a registered sex offender.
Well, you know how that all came about. At first, he was
Yeah,
saying
and I'm not
Kurt
saying
did
that he's
that.
not. I'm not saying that there's plenty of people that go under the radar for many, many years, but on record, he is not that.
Well,
So
because
I'm wondering who Emily is. This is the second chat she is now in, and she's saying that. So Emily, so you're at work. If I can just ask you, are you
you know
related to
you.
Kurt? Do you know Kurt? Are you a watcher of the case? Are you just, yeah?
Jess, do you give out your email where she could speak to you? Or no?
Oh, yeah, I did. I gave her my email on the last live stream. Emily, I mean, he exploited the minors. Okay, but again, I'm not trying.
Oh,
Okay,
she's just a
you're a
watcher.
watcher. Okay.
So, Emily, what first came out is what you're probably listening to was where they had Kurt's brother's record twisted with Kurt's record. And then it took them, 4 weeks to admit that that was, in fact, not Kurt that tied those people up. That was his brother, which is a RSO.
No, Troy is not an RSO.
Oh, see?
Scott Wadsworth
Is
is.
right. And that's who they were saying was Kurt, but that is not Kurt. That's his
Yeah,
brother.
it's not Kurt. Yeah. So Troy's record isn't great. I'm not gonna sit here and say that it is. I think the whole damn family, probably even Troy himself, would agree on that one. But he's not a registered sex offender. Kurt, neither one of them. Scott Wadsworth, yes. So, what about Aaron Wadsworth, his son? Aaron Wadsworth is a drug
Person.
trafficker. He is in federal prison, or actually, he's not at this moment. He's actually still in a county jail, I believe, but he's awaiting extradition to federal prison
For
because the
drugs.
feds picked up his charges. So he was caught trafficking pretty much everything you can imagine: meth, heroin, Xanax, Adderall, you name it, he had it. And he was caught like December of 2021, then again in February 2021, and then again in April 2021. It just went right down the line, and every single time, like, he got out on bail, and he just kept doing the same stuff.
Wow.
So, that's him. But I'm not really so interested in him because he was already locked up when Dylan went missing. So I know that physically Aaron Wadsworth had nothing to do with Dylan's physical disappearance because he was in jail, and he's been there since April. So, there's that.
And May comes after April, just so you're clear.
Yes, some bitch wants to make that clear.
I do.
And I'm mad that you make me say this name.
Oh no, it's some beach. Yeah.
Well, when
Did
I
you?
say it, it comes out some bitch.
Yeah. Well, so when Kurt says that, everybody's like, he's calling your name. So I went back. I'm like, what is he saying? He's saying some, not some beach. He's not calling me, guys. He doesn't know me. I'm just circling around this case. That's it.
I'm doing
Trying to
the
get the
same
facts.
thing, and I live on the East Coast.
Oh, I live on the East Coast too.
Emily, so you vindicate Kurt. Who? Me? Or some bitch? Or Glory? Who's vindicating Kurt? Emily.
Let's be clear. I'm not vindicating anyone. I'm just saying that we have spent multiple weeks searching Kurt, his kids, his life, his wife's in the Philippines. I mean, all that. Let's take a break and look who's in the jail and why are they in the jail. Let's circle their family. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say I don't know Kurt to say he did or didn't. But what I can tell you is he's out, he's talking, and there's no way you can ramble on like that without slipping on certain things if you're guilty. Like he just rambles and gets upset during the lives he's doing. And I just feel like if there was something there, the feds have had no problem pulling in Aaron, all these people. Why not pulling Kurt? That's all I'm asking you.
Well,
Yeah, I
and
mean, I said that a while
Oh
ago.
Lord,
Like,
Emily.
go ahead, Gloria. I'm sorry.
oh well, I like to follow statement analysis and the body language experts.
Me
And
too.
one thing they say is, what is their priority? And in listening to Kurt on Salty Pancakes last night, people were asking him questions. He says, "What does that have to do with finding Dylan?" And he asking that over and over again. And his priority was, let's find Dylan.
Right. And you have to admit that's more than most of these people that come live with all these people are saying and doing. Like you have to admit at some point. Did you read her last comment? I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or what, but honestly, he doesn't have my support, Emily. He what I'm saying is his life's been investigated. He's not in jail for the crime or any crime for that matter. He's been arrested one time. He also got that dropped off his record from what I'm aware of. Why is it that we're still circling Kurt? Because that's drama and that's what you guys are into. I'm into what actually happened to Dylan.
Yeah, I think what you're just trying to say, some bitch, is like look around, look at what's happening, who's in jail, who's not, who's talking, who's not.
Right.
And then you're sort of just applying Occam's razor of the simplest answer is usually the correct one.
Right. And not all this drama that was fed to us spoonful. Because trust me, when it first came out and I realized it was a PI saying it, I was like, oh, he's got it. Then, I blame Kurt too. I was like, and then when I heard Kurt, I was like, this dude really cared for this kid. Whether they were in a relationship or not, I don't know. But he actually generally went and fixed Dylan's pumps so Dylan could farm. He let Dylan stay in his home. He helped him make pizzas and tried to teach him as a father figure to clean up his mess. He wasn't beating him down or he isn't out there going, oh, well, Dylan's a little. He's not doing all that. If he harmed him, he would be throwing Dylan so far under that bus and anyone else in this thing. When you ask him about James Ty, when you ask him about Ty, he gives you the honest truth. Well, I thought he was a good man up until this, and he doesn't say what you would think, which is, oh, he might be the suspect. He's not doing that. They are throwing it at him, though. He's not pointing fingers. When you
I'm
ask
going
him
to answer
about
this
Chase,
question real quick for
please.
Emily. Emily, I don't mind you asking questions, but I just care about how you ask them, actually. But Emily's asking, and this is what I'm talking about. Use your words, okay? I don't give a S about his lipstick S, but I consider his molestation allegations.
Where? Where, Emily?
Well, I want to go ahead and so you just want to copy and paste. All right. Well,
Can I see the court document on that, Emily?
nah, I'm just gonna block them.
Okay.
But
Thank
I'm still
you.
gonna answer the question before I take that down. But the answer to that is this. Alicia, who is Kurt's niece, her brother. Okay, let me back up. Kurt and his wife Christy married, right? Kurt's sister and Christy's brother also married. So these two sets of brothers and sisters that had kids, their kids were like double cousins. Okay? So where was I going with this? Okay, Alicia. On Kurt's sister's side of the family, Kurt's sister and husband had a son. That son was Alicia's brother. Alicia is Dylan Berg's ex-girlfriend that came onto someone's channel, and the Jim Terry said something about her not talking very well, talking slow, or something of that nature. And I'll get to that in a minute. But he asked her some questions about Kurt, and you guys heard her answers. Kurt's daughter confronted her about this and said, "Why would you say this?
Right.
My dad is not the person that did this to you. Scott Wadsworth, the RSO, is the one that did this to you. So why would you say that?" And her response was, "My brother's blood is on your hands." And what she meant by that was that her brother had sexually molested 2 of Kurt's children. He was convicted for that, and he took his own life in prison. Now, what I will say about Alicia, Dylan, if you're watching, hi. But Dylan Berg did date Alicia. And what Dylan told me about Alicia was very private and very serious. And when the PI said, she doesn't talk really well, like she's kind of hard to understand and all that.
It's on drugs.
Yes, but Dylan said to me that she was, I'm going to try to make this as PG as possible, touched prior to being able to even talk. Okay. And he said that when they got into a relationship, that he helped her talk better. But again, this was what Scott Wadsworth had done to her. But she was angry still that her brother took his own life in prison because he had done that to 2 of Kurt's children. So you have a very complex thing happening with that. But yeah, that is what that is about. So, and I know that was a lot. I tried to keep it as PG as possible, but
you did amazing. It showed the whole picture with what someone else said. That all adds up. So, and she herself said, it all adds up.
Yeah. It's sad. It's just really sad. All of that sort of abuse. My heart goes out to anybody that's experienced that. But at the same time, it's so wrong to sit and watch someone take out their pain and their anger in a way that's that could be very detrimental to someone else's life. So it's not for me to say that
Exactly.
Alicia is a liar or her children are liars. I was not there.
But she was also too young to point at her own assayer, or am I getting that wrong too?
No, she definitely knows who that is, but it's like she wanted to sort of give a really big middle finger to them. Like, you guys
Oh.
are the reason that my brother's dead, that he took his life.
So she switched up names to harm another.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear that, Emily?
Emily is blocked
Yeah, I
because
know,
Emily
but you know
doesn't know
she's
when to
still
stop.
lurking.
But hopefully she will.
But fact
If not,
matter
I
in this
wanted to
case.
still talk about that to everyone else so we could clear that part of it up. And there's a lot of complex things like that have happened. Um, and I've just sat back and watched it. Like, that's it. That's pretty horrible,
Had it hit
But
horrible. Wait, let
yeah,
me real quick.
go ahead, some bitch.
Um, I just wanted to make that clear and go back through that. I'm not a Kurt supporter. If I found out tomorrow there was evidence on Kurt doing it, I would be all over. But I've listened to every word his kids have. Well, not every word, because I haven't finished that interview today. But I've listened to him. I've heard every word he said. I've listened to the PI. I know what the PI does, and if what happened with a few of the YouTubers, one that's against the one that the PI's for, and I've seen other. I run a Facebook group against the PI because families are coming out and telling their truths, and in every case, he's done this and twisted up victims and suspects. Every single case. I mean, it's not one or two. There's many victims in that group. Um,
I'm aware of a lot of that information, and you guys that are doing that, do what you do. I just I don't want to be pulled into it, and I feel like indirectly I have been, even though that was never my intention when I started covering Dylan's case. It was
I mean, look
literally
what he
just
said
to cover
about
Dylan's
you.
case. Yeah, I mean, he said quite a few things, but it just, I really hate going on about him because,
Right.
and I'm not taking away from what you're doing. If you feel
But
passionate
what
about
I'm
it, you
trying to
feel like
say,
it needs to be done, do it. That's
but what I'm trying to
my
say is,
my focus, my energy is on this case. And to me, like it or not, agree with it or not, he's just not a part of this case for me.
right.
And the reason he's not a part of this case for me is because I know everything that he knows was like in the very beginning.
Correct.
But a lot of those sources have dried up. I'm guessing he still has the Thai guy. I hear that. I still have not watched that. But I just, I talk to enough people behind the scenes that are directly linked that I just don't feel like I need to watch that. And then I watch what I say because people watch what I say,
Right.
and they take that and they go to other channels and they say things and they misconstrued it and they say something I didn't say, or they exaggerate something that I did say. I've seen that
See,
happen. So it's just,
and that's all I'm trying to say is, if you heard it, consider your source. Please, just
yes.
consider your source, and actually do some of the research yourself. Like, you can't just go in here and listen to every YouTuber, because some are in it for money and some are in it for the truth and facts of the case. I believe Jess is here for the facts and the truth, to get to the bottom of this. I do not believe others are.
Well, thank you, Sun Beach. I actually am. I just, I could just do so much ridiculous nonsense
Right.
and get all these
And you
crazy
don't.
views and get all these super chats and this and that. I could do that. I just, it's not that's not helping in Dylan.
Right. Correct.
It's just not. You know what I mean? It's just better to theorize with you guys, and I know what I know. And I see you guys, and when I say you guys, I mean people that are talking to sources and things like that that are more listening to YouTube. Start drawing conclusions and thinking about things, and I'm starting to see people with just really good questions that I'm like, some of them are really latching on to some stuff here, which is good.
Right.
I'll say it again. I believe that the FBI are doing what they need to do.
Exactly.
I think the police response obviously was really slow, but once the FBI has now stepped in, they are up against a little bit of a mountain, a little bit, but they still have evidence. And I'm just going to be frank, they're looking for Dylan's body. That is what they're doing.
It's a
Oh, there's
recovery.
no doubt. Yeah.
Yes.
What'd she
And
say? I missed what she said.
Oh, no doubt
Yeah.
about that. I mean, not salty. Black Dove has been monitoring the scanning that they're seem to be doing some lidar or another kind of high tech scan of the area north of Park Valley.
well, I find Park Valley very interesting. I find Glory, did I talk to you about this earlier? Have you heard of a Stargazer Ranch?
No, isn't ringing a bell at the moment.
Okay, because do you remember when the media manager for the Cooley Rounds family first came about? What's her name? Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
She's
Yeah.
on Facebook on Dylan Rounds
Yeah.
official, and she speaks like for the family. One of the first things, I think it was the first thing that she said was that, there were parts of like where Dylan's farm and stuff was roped off because of Burning Man. And I thought that was just the most ridiculous statement because Burning Man is 7.5 hours away. But, and this is just something to theorize with, something to think about. There is a place called Stargazer Ranch. They have a website. You can look it up. It's in Box Elder County. They hold festivals there once or twice a year. It is an offshoot of Burning Man. They hold the same quote unquote values that Burning Man holds. And this person that emailed me, it was an anonymous person, and they said, this festival took place June 22nd through the 26th, but with Memorial Day weekend, a lot of the people that come to this festival are vagrant or, more of a wild nature, I guess you could say. And
Yeah, it's a pretty wild crowd that goes to Burning Man if they're into the same thing. That I could see that.
yeah, it's an offshoot of it. And she said that during that weekend, Memorial Day weekend, that people had already started to come to the sun tunnels, which the sun tunnel property is right above Dylan's. They have a pretty clear shot of Dylan's property from there. That people were coming to the sun tunnels. They were setting up their tents. They were putting stuff out there, getting ready for it. So what Jazz said brings on a different meaning at this point, because she said Burning Man, but it's a Burning Man offshoot. So, you know, if that is the case, and I sincerely hope it is not, because that would just bring so many various people that you're likely never to find that could
Agreed.
have done something.
Yeah.
But
Um, my family, we had 40 acres that looks like it's in the general area, looking at the directions on how to get to Stargazer Ranch. And back in the 80s, some friends were thinking maybe they wanted to buy it so that they could have. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Society for Creative Anachronism. They're a medieval recreation group, and they wanted to possibly buy the my dad's land to have wars out there. So it's kind of a similar
thing.
thing that people would be doing. Different kind of crowd though.
Yeah, this Earthkeeper, that yes, Element 11. That is what it's
Yeah, I've heard
called.
of that.
Okay, that is what is happening there. And this farm again is right in Box Elder County. So it's something to think about, I guess. I still would prefer to stick with Occam's razor of the simplest answer, probably the correct one. And I still am on the table with the people closest surrounding Dylan. Definitely James Renner for obvious reasons. But, it's just for the conspiracy theorist people or that minded people, you could check into that if you would like. I thought it was an interesting email that I would share.
So I have another question for you.
Yeah.
Yesterday we were watching, and actually it was Kurt, so I'll go ahead and say Kurt said that Dylan's boots were 60 feet apart behind that trash pile, and that there was a picture out there. I know I went back and looked yesterday. There is a circle and a circle that says Dylan's boots, but you don't see a boot,
Can't see
obviously.
anything. I've seen that picture, and you really can't see anything.
Okay, so you couldn't see anything either. And had you? They also said that the mother has said this before. I never heard her say that, so I must have missed an interview, maybe.
I have not heard that said ever.
So my thing is why the Wadsworth even came into it is because what the shoe thing to begin with. Let's even start off with. So if the shoes weren't sitting close together, what does that mean? Like, you think somebody threw him 60 feet apart, or he was running out of his boots? Just a question.
I've always had I've always just those boots are so bothersome for so
Right.
many different reasons and theories, but it just does not make sense to me if Brenner was the only person,
Amen.
why he would be so careless to leave those boots so close to his own squatting trailer, grain shed. He had time. He had time to get rid of, especially something like that. And especially with a blood drop on it,
Right.
it just doesn't fit for me.
But during farming, you can cut your finger enough to where it would drop a blood drop or your nose, or but it
Or
could be
if you're
from that
choked
exact day
out, your nose can
or
bleed.
punched in the nose.
Yeah. It just, I mean, even if he cut his finger, what did he just take off his boots? It was
Right.
raining. Was he gonna run back 5 miles in his socks? It's obvious
Doesn't make any
that,
sense.
yeah, that those boots speak volumes. And it just doesn't, I can't reconcile the fact. I mean, like I said, criminals are dumb. We know that. They
Oh,
usually
true.
get caught in the nonsense that they do. But
By his
that's
boots.
just incredibly dumb. I
Right.
mean, that's like over the top dumb. Like if there was an Olympics for dumb, James Renner would win with the boot placement. That's what I'm saying.
I've been looking at Element 11's Facebook page, and on the 28th of May, they were in Murray Park drumming up business for their event, which took place after Dylan disappeared.
Oh, okay.
So there wouldn't have been the 1,800 people out there the weekend Dylan disappeared.
Good to know. Even so, whatever this person said was that they saw people moving in, setting up tents. I don't know that like there was 1,600 people there. I think that's how big the
Build a
festival is.
giant effigy which they burn, and they were probably witnessing people who were building the effigy about 3 weeks in advance of the event. So
Okay.
that's
So you think we could fairly rule that out?
Yes. I've got a friend who I think may have gone to Element 11 in the past, and I'll give him a call tomorrow and ask him about his experience with that.
Please do. I'm excited
Yes,
to hear about that.
me too. I'm gonna have to go live again tomorrow, Gloria. You're gonna have to come back and tell us this. Like what his experience was, how like early people started moving into camping out there and stuff like that. It's like right there.
And do we know who owns that property, by the way?
It might be on the website. I did
Well,
look at
it's
it, but
that Stargazer Ranch. So
Okay, you did say that.
yeah,
yeah.
and yeah, I do remember my friend talking about Element 11 before, and it's an interesting crowd. They end up with
What
this.
Can you give
exactly
me a clue?
yeah, what exactly is the element 11 if you could explain that, Gloria?
Well, they have I know at Burning Man you get people running around naked, you get people running around in really strange attire. They do a lot of kind of neo hippie type stuff, and they have arts and crafts stuff,
So there
and
is no man burning.
hmm?
There
No,
is no man
they do
burning.
set something
I
on
think
Okay.
fire.
Burning Man probably refers to effigies. Back in your I'm not sure if it's the Anglo-Saxons before the Norman conquest. They would build these giant effigies, which would be like 30 feet tall. If you've ever heard of Wickerman, that's what it is. They'd build these big giant effigies and they would burn it.
Oh,
And so
okay.
it's some
So they
kind of,
do that. It's basically a giant desert party. It is
yeah.
really what it is.
Oh,
I mean,
okay,
there's
okay.
a ton of drugs. There's a ton of things going on. They have these. You should just look up Burning Man. Look up the images. You know, they have these really unique, wild, different sculptures that will just like be sitting out there in the middle of the desert, you know, and there's music and they do set a big thing on fire. But it's just a giant, I guess if you want to call it like a rave of
Oh,
sorts.
okay. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense now in my head. Like I couldn't, I
Yeah.
don't know, I couldn't put it together in my head. I was just like, I don't have my second phone and it's in the bedroom and he's sleeping there.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like a rave on crack. Like that's what it would be like.
Well, you're going to have a lot of dancing. You're going to have a lot of music, and you've got some
So just
people.
a fun time, not anything
Yeah, it
bad.
is.
Oh, I
And
am sure people have had the time of their lives out there. Karmic has the right idea. People dancing on drugs in desert. I mean, that's about as simple and to the point as you can get about Burning Man.
Okay.
So,
uh,
even though there is a lot of artsy stuff and things, yeah, and there's actually people that like go there and they sort of try to find themselves. Glory, do you know about that? like how people will go to Burning Man and drop acid or do things like that. And they sort of try to like
Yeah,
find themselves.
I kind of think of it as some kind of cross between Costume Con and Woodstock.
Oh, good. Okay, that works. That fits in my head now. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's that. But this Stargazer Ranch in Box Elder County holds an offshoot of that. But I think Glory did already clear that up for us. But I just thought it was interesting. I didn't even know that there was like offshoots of Burning Man. So I kind of learned something there.
So would they
Uh,
have drinking water there?
They would probably be drinking in
Oh,
some huge um, plastic barrels, and people would bring their own in. But I'm sure they probably have. I mean, from the SCA events that I would go to, people would bring their own in, but you would have some so that for emergencies in case somebody didn't bring enough.
and how long? That was 3 days, right? That whole weekend or
I
4?
think they said it was they were having an extra day, so probably 4 days.
Oh, okay. Well, that fits. That all fits.
It was around June 20th when that took place.
But to me, the aggravation over that fence and Dylan taking that fence and all that, I mean, maybe some at Stargazer Ranch wound up clustering over there, some and maybe seeing something, but it
just a
doesn't sound
possibility.
likely.
Yeah, it doesn't, but just a possibility. I mean, at this point, we really don't know. But like I said, I'm leaning towards definitely the people that surrounded him.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the people who were kind of setting up infrastructure type stuff and building the effigy, they go, oh well, let's take a break and let's go see the sun tunnels, and you know so
And the
that
sun
would
tunnels are how close to Dylan?
Well, out there, fairly close because that's
that's what
property sits like atop his.
One
So
last favor. Could you please explain the sun tunnels? What are they?
they're giant culverts, like concrete culverts, which they've drilled holes in and they've aligned them in certain angles so that
they've aligned them in a way that. Hold on, but we're gonna Google so
Yeah,
we can get it
please.
right,
I
get
can't
it
find my
tight.
other phone, so my mind's going a million miles a minute.
Calm down, some bitch.
I'm
Don't freak
sorry.
out.
When you threw this on me, I was just like, my mind went so far, like, so far right. Like, oh my gosh, they're burning men, and some man at the end gets sacrificed. And
What?
because
No,
this
it's not
desert
an
has seen
actual
something
man.
black.
No, Glory, what is it? There's something about the tunnels. They were built a certain way so that the sun.
on the solstices you would have things line up, and
Yes.
so the sun would go through little holes which have been put in, and it's kind of new age kind of stuff. Think of it like the people over having summer solstice at Stonehenge kind of thing.
Oh.
So here's an article real quick. This was July 1st of 2021 or 2020. It's really pretty. Those are what the sun tunnels look like. But it says when artist Nancy Holt built Utah's sun tunnels in 1976, she put them in a remote valley in the Utah desert and she built them with 2 days of the year in mind during the summer and winter solstice. The tunnels are arranged to place the sun in the dead center of the hulking concrete tubes as it sets on the horizon. The summer solstice just passed. Oh, they're talking about that now. It says Holt died in 2014. She is an artist known for her large works and her use of light, but it is probably the sun tunnels that are her greatest claim to fame. She is often associated with land art that can't be bought or sold, that is often placed in remote areas.
Another famous one in the area is the Spiral Jetty, which is closer to over towards Corinne and your promontory point where you have the Continental Railroad meeting and the driving of the Golden Spike.
Oh.
I want to bring a picture of them up because they are quite beautiful. Yeah, they're quite beautiful.
So they use the sun as the burning word. Like they party during the day and that's burning. Like not
No,
burning, but
no.
no.
You are so far off. No, 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 no. The sun tunnels. Well, I just read it to you, some bitch.
Right.
You're
Well,
not.
I get that part. I get that. Like, so why did they name it Burning Man? Because they light the statues on fire? Is that the end thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially.
Well, as I say, it's the Neo version of your ancient Celtic tribes, I think, that were in United Kingdom, and the wicker man that they would burn.
Okay, perfect. I think I got it all down now.
If you want another sculpture, which is out there at the Salt Lake, check out the Tree of Life in Salt Lake.
I'm going to have to sneak in. I'm going to leave y'all out here for 1 second. I'm going to sneak in my room and grab my other phone. So I can look up all this.
Well, no, I'm trying to bring it up. I've lost myself. I do this all the time. I've lost myself on my own laptop.
But all I can see is
I can't see me.
I can't see you.
I can't see me either. I really can't see myself. Oh shit! What am I doing? No. I forgot I'm on StreamYard. I really have lost myself. Like I can't see myself on here at all. Oh wait, there I am. All right. So I'm gonna share my screen, and we're just gonna peep the sun tunnels because they're really pretty. They are.
Graham, James, no, the Burning Festival wasn't, well, it was near Dylan's, but not, it wasn't on it, so, but looks like it was pretty close.
Why does it do this? It's telling me I can't share my screen, but that's gonna piss me off. Ugh. You know what? I'm so sick of going through freaking Chrome. Every time I go through Chrome, I have this issue. And I have the sun tunnels brought up. I'm ready. So pop them up on the screen. Oh, hi, Graham. How are you? This is so annoying.
Okay, back.
Oh, wait. Oh, it's letting me. Yay. All right, fine. Can you guys see this? Oh, that's so tiny.
I can't because I don't know how.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
Glory?
My elementary school, we had some of those for playing on during recess. So I see those and I just think, playground.
So, but you can see this on the screen?
Yes.
Is it tiny?
that's not too bad.
How are you seeing it? What do I do to?
It's
How I'm seeing it is my entire screen. Oh, that's so beautiful. I can't see anything else, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, I see it. So you have to press the
Isn't
X out of comments.
isn't that
Wow,
pretty?
that's beyond beautiful.
Yeah. That. But it's weird how she designed them for just 2 days out of the entire year.
But 2 days in separate locations, or
No.
just
Well,
2 days
no,
period?
the placement of the sun is you're going to have it placed just so on those 2 days of the year. So we have several places where people go for that kind of stuff. There's formations down near Parowan where there's some Indian petroglyphs and so forth, and you go on the solstice for that, and it the sun just hits and lights up things from over one cliff onto another at certain times. And someday I'll make it down there for that. My friend owns a couple of houses down there, and I'm going to twist his arm and make him go one of these years because I haven't been
That
there.
would be awesome.
they look much better at sunset and yeah. Like in daytime, they just look like giant, you know, cones of concrete.
Well,
But
you probably have filters, and it doesn't hurt if you've got some smoke in the air from a wildfire because you get really spectacular sunsets
yeah, the
whenever there's
sunsets
a
just look
fire.
beautiful. But
But
it's
like
kind of
this,
crazy because people from all over the world will travel here to see these.
it's funny because I wasn't even aware of them until Dylan's story came up, and I've heard of the spiral jetty and I've heard of the tree of life, but this one I never heard of.
I'm interested in the Tree of Life too. Like, I don't know. I want to see that.
Yeah, I think the tree of life was made in the 1980s, like 1983 or so. And then I think the guy donated to the state because it was too much for him to maintain it. So let's see.
Where was it at? There's a lot of Tree of Life.
It's on along I-80 on the way out to Wendover. You see it off the freeway.
Nevada?
Well, it's Utah. It's on the
Oh.
way. Let's see.
Um, well, they're like showing two different things. They're showing something that looks like a cactus and then something that looks like a really full big tree.
Yeah, it's not the tree with the lights. It's the thing that looks like
Like a
the
cactus.
cactus with the balls on it.
Yeah, so that's called the Tree of Life. And like
Yeah,
what so it's just the artist thing.
Is it Tooele County, Utah?
Tooele.
Okay.
Yeah, they
But what
say
does it do? Like nothing? What does
no.
it
It's a
do?
form of art.
It's just a piece of art. Let's see. Wikipedia says it was built 1986. It's made out of concrete. It's 87 feet tall. It's on the Bonneville Salt Flats, and it says also see also Sun Tunnel, Spiral Jetty, and Utah Monolith, and the Utah Monolith got destroyed by somebody. So that was
I'm not a big art person, but uh, the sun tunnels at sunset do something for me.
Yes, they do.
That tree of life, I don't know about that.
It looks like a D in balls.
Well, it probably would look great at
That's so
sunset
terrible.
if somebody.
Some bitch. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm trying to
Well,
stop
it's
sharing my screen.
impressive when you're driving along I-80 towards Wendover
Oh, and
because
there's
there's
nothing there.
nothing.
And then all of a sudden, that big old
Yeah.
tree.
Yes.
Oh, so that would be a form of art. I was trying to
I
figure out
mean,
what its
I think
art
that's
would
when
be.
I would put it in reverse and go back to wherever I came from.
Well, the
If I
desert
saw
alone
that
doesn't
thing,
attract me.
it oddly has tennis balls. Glory, can you explain any of that?
well,
The
it's
tennis balls?
probably referring to a bit of Mormon scripture. You've got Tree of Life. Well, it's I think you get it in as an art motif in your Muslim prayer rugs and things like that. So it's not exclusively Mormon, but um,
I'm just gonna Google it. Tree of life meaning. That's not it. It's, it says it's a metaphor. The tree of Utah, sometimes called the tree of life, is an 87-foot. Oh, you read that. But what does it mean? What the hell does that mean? I'm invested now. Now I need to know.
It probably doesn't have a meaning. It just means, I don't know, out of the middle of the desert, it's art. Like something you
But it's got two tennis.
like the
Why the
buoy
tennis
in
balls?
Key West. How you just go to a buoy in Key West and take a picture. The southernmost tip of the Key West.
It just there is no meaning. I think you guys are just right. There's no absolute meaning to it.
Well, they say art can mean something to one thing and then something to the other. So maybe you should just put it there so it can mean something to you. I don't know. They do that
Lori,
often, but
since you knew about this, does it like mean something to you?
well, Graham says that's a Joshua tree, right?
No,
Oh
because
no, somebody
Karmic
says it's a
said no.
California.
Joshua trees in California, which I believe is correct.
I mean in
Uh,
Nevada.
Colleen, I'm with you. I'm with you on this one. Like usually, I can look at art and I'm like, okay, I see something. I feel something.
well,
I look
this
at
I've got
that and I'm
this red.
like, I feel like I'm on the Griswold's vacation. And we get there and it's closed. And I just want to punch the thing in the nose. What is this? Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that's the reaction I would have if I came upon that.
Well,
The
while you're
sculpture.
Google searching, can you see how far that fake
What?
burn? Well, it's obviously not a fake Burning Man, but that festivity happened as far as from Dylan's and that
Good night, Kathleen.
grain shed, which isn't a grain shed, by the way, so everybody knows.
Let's
I was
try
informed of that
looking.
yesterday.
Yeah, it's and the grain truck isn't even a grain truck. It's a potato truck that was turned into a grain truck.
Well, I was just not aware of that until yesterday. I was like, oh, that makes a little bit more sense. Like, it's not a grain shed. It's not even Dylan's shed.
Oh, you didn't know that yet?
No, not until I think, I don't want to say who said it because I'm not positive, but
No, it
said it
doesn't matter.
yesterday.
I already know that, but I thought that that. See, this is the thing. I feel like people were so derailed
That's what it
with
is.
certain things that they're so far behind of
And
what actually is.
I feel abusive alone to his case because everything I originally heard. I'm like detoxing myself out of all that info, but day by day, just to figure out what all we were lied to about and what all is real and what's fake from this whole thing. I feel like I'm doing him no justice. Like I really do. Because in
Yeah.
Summer's case, we had the facts and then you had to deter from that. Well, I mean, it's kind of the same, but this is just a large amount of BS we're shifting through to get to
Yeah,
the
I
real
really
truth.
don't know which one is more toxic, Summer's case or this case, but it almost feels like this case for me. It does.
It does because of the lies, the rumors, the people they're digging out of nowhere that have absolutely nothing to do with it. At least with her case, they're digging people out and then they could possibly have had something to do with it, but you knew who was there on scene when it happened and who was coming and who was going. This
Yeah,
case, we had no clue because we were lied to
right from the
and
beginning. That's
right
what I
from
was
the jump.
saying. The beginning, from the very beginning of this case, has been an untruth.
Well, with Summer's
Um,
case, you have three theories that could actually have been the one. Summer could have walked away, Grandma could have done something, Candace could have done something, and Dawn could have. So we'll go with four that could have actually happened, or random. So we'll go with five. But this one, like, we didn't even have who was near, who was. We didn't even have the fact that the man did go out there on Saturday, did not see Dylan until recently. Like the public didn't. I mean, I'm sure y'all cleared that up way before we did, but the public as a whole is being misled to think that Don didn't even go out there until Sunday morning. No, he in fact did go out there Saturday. He said Dylan isn't here. I've called for him. Let me know if you don't hear from him tomorrow. Don was also made a villain. And I'm sorry, but he was a villain in everyone's head, even in mine, until I heard he did in fact go out there for the grandmother, didn't leave the grandma hanging on. And Dylan wasn't out there Saturday when Don went out.
Oh, I have found an article about Element 11. Apparently, there was a person who was um, killed when he jumped into a 30-foot bonfire at Element 11, and they show a picture of one of the figures that gets burned. So I'm going to send that link in private chat for you so you can show that because
Was
it's
that the one by Dylan's house?
yeah.
Do they name the victim?
Um,
Oh gosh.
Christopher Wallace of
Okay,
Salt Lake City
perfect. Whoa, wait a minute.
ran past safety barriers and leaped into the blaze.
Oh my
And this
gosh.
was in 2014.
Oh, okay, perfect. You had me hold my breath. Was it Dylan?
No,
I
no,
don't.
no.
I don't see Dylan hanging out
calm
with.
down, son bitch.
Well, I don't
Some
see Dylan
beach.
hanging out with them. Kind of. Well, I mean that would make sense why his boots were taken off to keep from.
Yeah, I
No.
mean, you have to remember that this literally was the first year that Dylan was really doing something with that farm. So when I say that things were not the truth from the very beginning, that's what I mean. That we were just told the story that this kid's been out there since 16 and he's doing this, he's cultivating this land. That's just not true. It's not true. That's not accurate. That's not what was happening. Um, that's just not true. So, Dylan was really out there for about a total of 6 months, split up 3 months, 3 months. But even when he was out there working the farms and stuff, like he really didn't stay at his trailer very much. He
Right.
stayed with Kurt at Kurt's, or he stayed at Kurt's trailer, or he went back to Idaho.
Right.
So it's just like none of that story that was painted in the beginning is accurate. And does it matter? I don't know.
Yes, it does, because hearing facts. Well, not only do we have to shift through this, you know the FBI is watching, you know the cops are watching, so they're hearing all this, and they have to shift through it once they've heard it. They can't unhear it. They have to actually investigate that kind of thing. So it is harming his case.
Yeah. Yeah, there's I just I would really, I wish I could talk to Don. That would be who I would like to talk to.
Kurt's into giving out phone numbers. Maybe you
Huh?
could get that.
I don't know. I I just have trouble with the fact that he's just a witness. I keep saying that, but I just, something does not feel right to me about that situation. There was
Oh, and
also
also,
something said about Don's phone, and there's just there's something about Don. It's like the movie Something About Mary. There's something about Don.
I agree.
Yeah.
But also, yesterday you were asking about what vehicle, if Brenner didn't have a vehicle, and I didn't think of it yesterday. But today I thought, what if he actually used Dylan's own vehicle?
Well, it's possible. Glory has seen Brenner in person because she was at
Is he
his.
scary?
Glory, you want to answer?
I wouldn't say he really looked scary. I mean, he was short and very stout, and didn't look like he could run very fast.
Wow. So he snuck up on him. He'd have to have. If he did this. If he did this, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Just my opinion.
Well, it's telling that not only do they name him as a suspect, they also announce that they have two different forms of evidence. But again, I'm just saying Don Hatley does not look correct to me. And the boots with Brenner, like, I know you had a lot going on, probably. Like, this is probably a terrible thing, but that is something that you just would not overlook. I would assume that if Brenner did this, your adrenaline or whatever has to be pumping. I don't know. I've never done something like that to a human, but I would assume your adrenaline's pumping. You're probably, looking all around, but he had time. It wasn't like people showed up in an hour or two.
Right.
He had a lot of time. So, why the boots right there? I cannot make sense of that. I
Me
cannot make
either.
sense.
Because it's just not common or something anyone of normal thinking would have done. But I guess his mind wasn't thinking normal if he'd done this. But it also seems like he was trying to set someone up because of the boots. And he did live with Kurt, so he does know that story on Scott.
Now, I've got an article here from 2012 talking about Element 11, and it says that it started back in the late 90s, and says back then the event was held outside of Lucin at Nancy Holt's art installation Sun Tunnels with about 40 to 50 people. Soon grew too large, and it in 2002 moved to Bonneville Sea Base, a multi-use 20-acre desert plot outside of Grantsville. And then attendance grew 900. Sounds to me like after left Grantsville, it probably went up to that Stargazer Ranch. And it says it's been called many things, including pagan, hippie, anarchist, or rave. It's an art and music festival with radical freedom of expression, and They said they had.
Surprise, Black Dove. We are still awake. We are still talking about this. It's right up your alley. So, if you would like to come up and talk, you are more than welcome.
I would like to see I don't know if he knows how to share screen, but he found this website that shows Dylan's farm in the month of June, and he's still continuing to watch it. I'd like to see that with my own eyes. Could he?
Who? Black Dove.
Black Dove.
What is he watching?
Dylan's farm on some website.
Well, he's been checking out the satellite.
Yeah, I was gonna say I thought it was like some type of
imagery.
drone or satellite something.
Could be.
Well, we'll bring him up and ask him. Hello, sir.
Hello. Am I echoing?
What?
Am I echoing?
No.
No, you
Okay.
sound fine.
I heard something about satellite imagery and I had to come up.
We'd like to see what you're seeing on Dylan's farm. Do you know how to share screen?
Well,
I'm
he
on my
can't do
phone.
that because I'm running this, so he doesn't have permissions to do that. But I'm interested to hear what he's going to say about it.
I can tell you exactly how to do it. Just go to planet.com.
Okay.
I think you may have to register for an account, like put your email and.
Oh, Black Dove, for the love of the God.
Well, it's free.
You cannot register for a whole account right now. Like,
I'm sorry.
could you just tell me what it is? Like, you had me. I started to, type in some stuff, and then you said create an account, and that's like that to a woman. We
Sorry.
just need it. No, it's okay.
Well, basically, okay, so what it shows is that Dylan's farm had been being irrigated throughout the month of June to about mid-June. And then after mid-June, it stopped being irrigated and appears to be dying. It was growing and now it's dying.
That's sad.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night.
Yeah.
Did you come here just to make me cry again?
No.
Okay.
Well, I had heard that Justin was tending the farm on weekends, but then somebody said he'd shut off the irrigation. So
It actually broke.
Oh, did it? Okay.
The irrigation broke?
The pump is broke, and they were trying to fix it. I don't know what happened from there.
Where's that information coming from?
That's coming out of Kurt's mouth.
Oh, was that on the salty pancakes? I haven't made it all the way through that interview.
Oh, I made it all the way through.
Oh, you
I couldn't
did?
put it down.
Through
Oh,
both of them?
So I guess they got it up and running, and then it broke again. And yes, I watched both of them today and yesterday.
I haven't watched the entirety of the second one. I'm like a third or something of the way through.
I think
Do I say that?
he might have done a
Some Beach,
third one
can you
tonight.
sum it up for us?
Oh, there's way so much there that like you'd have to trigger memories on different things. But basically that he did go out and fix someone. I won't say he did. Went out and fixed the pump, and then something else broke on it, which they were supposed to be fixing. And then the deal is what happened is Hatley is supposed to be watching over Dylan's farm, but that he is also watching and being paid for a different farm, that the grandparents are going to pay him for Dylan's farm too, so that they think that maybe he bit off more than he can chew on Dylan's farm. And that was sad to hear that, like, Dylan's wasn't of the utmost importance to anyone.
It really was.
To the grandparents it was, because they are paying to have it looked over, but I mean, I don't know how many in that town are free to do that.
He was trying to, and well, he wasn't trying, he was doing it, but he was working on other farms to try to fund his own farm, which he was partially succeeding at, and then sort of doing a Rob Peter to pay Paul sort of thing. That all was kind of happening, but yeah, so.
And the rest he said was they were really asking questions, honestly, about more like Kurt. Black Dove was getting in a couple at the beginning, or someone made to look like Black Dove, and he was answering those.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you were asking a few questions in
In the
today's
one with the vaporwave thing?
Vaporwave. Remind
Like
me.
that the sunset background with the digital mountain thing? Or are you talking about yesterday's? Because I actually did ask a couple of questions on yesterday's. I was not available for the one today at all.
You might want to go look. There was some questions they said. I didn't see the comment. I was actually busy while listening and wasn't reading the comments. I was commenting here and there, but when I could sit down, but there was some intelligent questions coming out of a Black Dove, so I did assume it was you, but it wasn't about Kurt's life, but mainly it was a lot about Kurt. He
It
was
was
getting
me.
aggravated still. It was you, the
No,
second Black Dove,
no,
Black Dove
I'm
number
so
2.
kidding. I'm just teasing him.
Hey,
I
Black
told him
Dove
I
for
was
a
going to change
company. Do I
my
have to
channel
have
name
one
to
for
Black
this?
Dove. So
What did you put for company, Black Dove?
What are you talking about?
Theplanet.com?
Oh, I don't know. I just made up a name. You don't have to have a real company for that.
Oh, okay.
the more you know. So yeah, there's just so much information in this case, but again, Black Dove, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
Which
But
thing?
well, no, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I would just like to hear your thoughts on it. I would say to people, knowing what I know, that I would keep looking very, very closely to the people that were very, very close to Dylan. That's what I would say. And what say you about that?
Well, I did hear something along those lines. And the second Kurt interview that I only have watched part of today, which was a bit alarming, which was Kurt thinking something about Candace possibly paying people to do something. And I was like, wait, what? Did I hear that right? So I played it back again. And yes, I did. And I was like, huh. So that's basically coming full circle where you've got all these conspiracy theories about the family not being involved. And then Kurt sort of says, boom, I think that she did something or paid somebody to do something. And I'm like, what? Because that wasn't said in the previous interview. That was yesterday, which I did actually comment in and ask questions in. And they were respectful, and I didn't like trash Kurt or anything. And I have no idea who was commenting on my behalf or whatever with my name on today's with the vaporwave background. That was not me. So now I've got an impersonator. That's kind of weird, but
It's me. So, I'm kidding, but I'm so kidding. But either way, I think you have to think about something with that we know that Candace and Justin really were not the closest to Dylan.
and I heard that
Neither one of
call.
them. Huh?
I was going to say, I heard that call that Jim Terry procured from the friend of Dylan's dad, in which some rather disturbing allegations of physical abuse were brought to light. And to me, that, that makes this even more tragic if true. And I don't know what to make of it because I really don't know what the motivation of that soccer coach guy, his name is Matt something, don't know his last name, but it's like Dylan's friend's dad. he said all this crazy stuff about like did Justin Rounds choked him out because he was taking too long in the shower or something, and he also said that Dylan went and basically lived on and off at JD's house for approximately 2 years because of the friction at home. So, I mean, I don't know what to make of that, if it's true or if it's complete BS. But if it's
Well,
true, then go ahead.
Graham is saying leave Candace alone. Graham, I just want to address that real quick. This is not an attack on her, okay? When you look at a case, you must first look at the victim themselves. There is a term for it. It is called victimology. And you learn everything about that victim. You cannot understand how someone becomes a victim of this sort of nature if you don't understand the victim themselves. And so while this is not an attack on Candace or Justin, but what is. And there were things that have been alleged that happened to Justin
More than one people.
as a younger child. And when you look at that, up until now, him at 19, 20 and, just, 11, 12 days or so. But you understand things about Dylan. If the allegations are true, and I am definitely, that's a big if, because I was not there, Black Dove was not there, Glory was, none of us were there. This was an allegation.
Go potty. Go.
But I don't know who's in the background with a dog, but I hear you.
That's my Frenchie grunting.
Okay, Frenchie, shush it.
She's not going to. She just keeps on wanting on my lap.
Oh, she's sassy too. Is she from the East Coast as well?
Yes. And she's spoiled.
But back to what I was saying, you look at things that happened. If this allegation is true, a big if again, that Justin choked Dylan out with a shower curtain and threw him out naked. Early on in this case, I had heard of abuse against Candace and Dylan. And I know that Dylan did stay with friends' families. He didn't necessarily live at home. He hopped around. And again, if this allegation is true, it would explain some things about Dylan. What you see is a young man that, when you see the most recent picture of him, which is that hamburger picture, granted, he lives out in Luton, very dusty out there, that sort of thing. But, Kurt was speaking about like his hygiene pretty much. It was messy. He didn't, I think Kurt said he showered once a week, and Dylan like started doing that too. But again, you relate that childhood trauma that maybe happened to him not being very hygienic or wanting to shower that way. So you learn about a victim. You learn about why they surround themselves with the people that they do, why they become close to the people that they do, what was going on in their life at the time that they went missing or potentially killed, etc. And so it just goes back to stuff like that. It's not oh my God, that kid is such a terrible person. No, we're looking at just Dylan, not trying to attack his family. So, Graham James, these rumors hurt her. Graham, if you know something, again, you see the other three people on my screen are they don't have a camera on. But if you would like to talk about that, I would love to hear that. Again, I'm not saying any of this to hurt Candace or Justin or any of that. I understand that what is done. But again, it just explains Dylan, if that makes sense. Graham, again, this is not the right time to blame parents. They are going through hard times. I'm not blaming them, Graham. Please understand what I'm saying. I need you to take your critical thinking hat out of the box, put it on, and just think about what I'm saying. Okay?
Also, Jess didn't say that. That came from someone else, and someone else released that. Please remember that.
Yes. Thank you, Sun Beach.
Well, in order to, any crime, you have to look at the people who are closest and eliminate them, and then you move out to further away people. So, the law enforcement will have been looking into the parents closely, and they'll have looked at Kurt closely because Kurt was close to him there in the area. So, and their focus seems to be on Jim Brenner, Chase Venstra, and Robert Aviles. So, they're kind of, second or third tier people.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just, again, this is not, when you look at a case, again, you must do it objectively, but you can do it with class. You can do it with integrity, without saying this is all his parents' fault. But nobody's saying that.
Nobody.
Okay. So, Black Dove, you have anything to speak on this?
Yeah, I'd like to reply to that person who's commenting so much in chat and say, why are you so focused on the feelings of people who are alive and well, and not the person who is missing and potentially been met with a horrible demise? Like, why are their feelings paramount over somebody who is a victim? Like,
Well,
what's the deal with
because
that?
it's because, quite frankly, if this was my child and this was my life, it would break me. It would. If
No matter
everything
what
about
state.
me was being aired and things like that, it would hurt. So I'm not going to take that away from them or act like that's not the reality of it, because it has to be.
Well,
That's not going to not hurt you. But at the same time, that's why I'm saying we can discuss these things without putting these parents down and just saying these events may have taken place. And if they did, they explain more who Dylan was. And knowing who Dylan was, we can look at who exactly did Dylan surround himself with, which we know for the most part, and why. The why is always the most important question. The why will tell you the how.
Well, you need to look at it as, you're innocent until proven guilty. We believe that there's a good probability that Dylan is met with foul play, and his parents are secondary victims in that. So, they deserve to be treated accordingly until there's strong evidence that they are not secondary victims.
I guarantee you that those people will feel things that we will never know about. Whatever guilt, whatever regrets, whatever pain will be with them. And, as much empathy as we can all have and things like that, it'll never touch what these people are going to feel, and they're going to feel it for life.
Amen.
So, Graham again, they lost their son, and I was beaten badly when I was young. That does not mean they hate me.
I agree on that too.
Well, I don't, but I don't think anyone beating anyone is love. I don't care if you're a parent, child, spouse, anybody beating on anybody's just not that's not love. But if you think it is, then you think it is. I'm going to fill up my water, so if you guys want to go ahead and chat about that, please do. But I need my water.
Well, I just
Okay,
want to beg Black Dove to help me get
I
there.
was
Finish
just going to say that about the thing
Please.
you were asking me in the private chat, like with the satellite imagery. So you created an account, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then there's a thing, I'm not on my computer right now to do it, but there's a thing that's like Planet Views or Planet Viewer. I believe it's going to be on the right side of the screen.
Viewer. Okay.
Yep. And then on the top left, there's going to be a thing that lets you search. A little magnifying glass should be up there.
Yes.
Okay, so just type in Lucin, Utah. And everybody else can do this too. They have a Planet Labs free trial thing.
And I'm there.
Okay, and then it brings up a tiny little square of Lucin, Utah, right?
It looks like a huge square, but
Zoom back out. Like zoom way out. And then on the right side, you're going to see like a toolbar that has a picture of a trash can next to it. It's not the most user-friendly thing. I'm sorry.
yeah, it really isn't. And I don't see a trash can.
Like the area tool, like where you select the area of interest.
And now it just did something. Okay. So the area of interest. Oh, it's down at the bottom of the screen, maybe? I can't blow that part up.
It could be.
I don't know what the little icons are.
It should be like a square or something with a trash can next to it.
A square with like a check mark, but it's actually another square on the bottom of it?
Possibly. If
Okay.
it's the same. If it's the same interface, like I've got a Windows PC, so it may be different. I'm using Google Chrome when I do it.
An Apple.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm not an Apple guy. So you select the area of interest, and you want to use the rectangle tool, which should be like a
to Apple. That's hilarious. I hate Apple. I'm sorry. I will forever be an Android girl. But Karmic, I want to answer your question. Brenner's charges he was arraigned on didn't include any type of homicide. No. The answer is no.
I think that they're still exploring that with the grand jury.
But as of this moment, no.
Yeah, it's not it's not unusual for a grand jury will hear things over weeks sometimes. So they might be, oh, we've got some new evidence, so let's present this to the grand jury and explore it. And so I think there's a lot more.
Like we were talking about earlier, there's they have time, and they're going to take their time. And what they really need to do is find Dylan in whatever capacity it is. They have to find him. They need to find him, because I guarantee you, if they do, those charges are going to be laid so fast. Well, they're going to be laid quickly, but you have to remember that as soon as they lay charges, a clock starts ticking in the justice system.
Yeah, and
if you don't need that clock ticking right now, there's no reason to start it. And they already have him in custody. There's no bail. He's in there. They have him. They have time to try to find Dylan. That is what they're doing.
Yeah, in the Lori Vallow case with this DNA evidence that they want to evaluate, and they're concerned that they're not going to have time to get it tested and have their expert witnesses go over it and so forth in
The
time for the
defense?
trial. It might get excluded, or they might rule that you've
Glory,
already delayed.
don't make me hate this woman any more than I do. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. This case, it will be 3 years before we see trial in this case. And for them to exclude any of that, there is the biggest mountain of evidence against those people. And if they don't spend the rest of their lives in jail, I'm done with the legal system.
Yeah,
we're talking about the Vallow case,
so
Carmen.
Sorry. This shows the danger, though, of filing the charges before you're ready, because in her case, they made the decision to not waive their right to a speedy trial, and so that's the risk of filing too soon. Is if you're not ready, then you've got a major issue that
because see, nobody saw in this case, in the Vallow case, nobody saw Lori Vallow waiving her right or not waiving her right to a speedy trial.
That
so
almost
it
never
forces
happens.
the prosecution and everyone to get ready in 6 weeks. And I feel like even as ready as the prosecution felt like they were or are or should be, the defense is going to do so much with that. Just like you're saying, oh, they're not going to have time for this or time for that. They're going to be filing motions all over the place. The only solace I take with that, Glory, is that either way, her murderous self has remained in jail since 2020, and I'll take some solace in that. So, but anyway, Carrie, Jess, me too, Android all the way. Yes, Android girl for sure. That's how I do. Vanilla Unicorn. That is a very colorful picture, name, all of that. Really grabs the eye. Anyway, originally my name was full name. Username can be changed in settings. Okay, I have no idea. I guess she's talking to Black Dove. Black Dove, you want to take over the channel again, Black? Black comes in here to get a feel on what it's like to be a creator. He takes over my chat every time he comes in.
What? That's such BS.
But this person says again, and I'm sorry, Black Dove. Not sure why they were apologizing. That's between you guys. My intent was to communicate, not impersonate. Yes. Okay, this is actually hilarious. I'm sorry. But when I went in the house, like I was like watching, like I was listening to you guys on my phone, and I seen that comment. So you changed your name to Black Dove because I have aspirations of this, but you beat me to this. Vanilla Unicorn. You changed your name to Black Dove, and what happened? What was that about? Why did that happen? I'm so curious. I need to scroll back up. I just need a little laugh. Here we go. This is the comment I saw. I changed my name to Black Dove Look At for 48 hours. It was not done maliciously. And I changed it and apologized to Black Dove. My intent was to communicate and share, ask questions.
Yeah, I saw that before. And I talked to Vanilla Unicorn after they changed their name back, which was prior to yesterday's live stream with Kurt. So if the Vaporwave Kurt interview had Black Dove asking questions in it, that wasn't me, and I can't wait to see those. If it was the one where he was like, where Salty had his phone up and it was like looking at a screen of Fortnite or something, I actually did pop in there towards the end.
You literally have people changing their name just to get your attention. This is absurd. This is just completely absurd. What is your secret? Please tell me, please.
I don't know. I've got haters now too. Conspiracy theories surrounding me and stuff. So it's kind of getting weird.
I knew it was
Oh man.
for the
Oh,
comment.
what are the haters doing? The hatters. What are they up to? What, are they
Um,
doxing you yet? Are they gonna strip away your anonymity? What are they doing?
no, it was well, I told you the thing somebody said I don't own a computer because I choose to call in from a phone. Somebody was saying they were just like trashing me in chat on somebody's stream earlier. I was like, what? Because people ask me to come on their streams. I'm like, okay, I will. But uh I don't know. There's been just weird stuff. Like this whole case is bringing out all kinds of weird stuff, and
The
it's
case does.
Yeah, for sure.
Unfortunately.
Well,
You know,
I got
go ahead.
Black Dog figured out. He's from Florida. His real name is Pink Flamingo.
Me too, Black Dove. Me too.
You know, I had a feeling, Glory. I've had boots on the ground after him for weeks, so I'm glad you've uncovered that for us.
Oh, could you read
You are the
David's?
reporter here.
Can you read David's comment?
David Brown.
Yes.
Hi, David. David is saying, let's see what David has to say here. I've heard they put a camera at the trash site in Montello.
I wouldn't be surprised if they
Interesting.
did.
Before or after Dylan?
Well, I would assume maybe, yeah, I don't know.
I would assume after because they wouldn't have any reason to do so before, but they might have been thinking somebody might want to sneak out when nobody's looking and hide some evidence. We had the Lori hacking case back in 2004, and her husband put her in the dumpster at his workplace, knowing that it was going to be emptied early in the morning, and she ended up at the dump, and it took several weeks of searching in the heat of August for them to finally find a few pounds of hair and a few bones and not much else at that point. And
Yeah, but well, I will say, I don't know if you guys know about the Suzanne Morphew case that happened in 2021, but the husband was seen going around town and literally like dumping different bags and like all these different trash cans. If they did that recently, David, I'd say they're a little late. Maybe they can prevent something else from happening, but a little late, like a lot late actually, but that's good, I guess. Angie Girl's fangirling. I'm gonna call her fangirl Angie. Black Dove seems typed to build his own dang computer. So they are jelly of your intelligence and composure.
I do build excellent computers, and I can fix basically anything with a computer or cybersecurity related stuff.
Take that, Patters. Take that. Okay. So Kimberly McIntyre, have you ever thought the parents planted the boots? Not to be malicious, but so law enforcement would take them serious and help. Interesting comment. Same with reporting the missing weapons only to find them later. That's very interesting. We could definitely talk about it. Yeah, you know, the weapons were found later. I've racked my brain of who put them in there and where.
Kurt
But
had a theory.
go ahead.
Okay, so in that interview, not today's, but well, not yesterday's, but the day before, I guess now, Kurt said that the pistol was found in some dirty laundry in Dylan's trailer the second day, and that possibly, like, he was just spitballing here. He said possibly, they overlooked it because they were going through so quickly on the first day of searching, and then they came back the second day and found it because they had like thrown it off the table or something while looking for it. And I was thinking, a Glock, because it's now come to light that Dylan had a Glock 40 caliber, which is several models of Glock potentially, a 22, 22C, I think a 23 or a 27. I don't know. It depends on if it was a full size or compact pistol. So in any case though, a pistol like that's going to be pretty darn heavy. If you throw it on the floor with some clothing, you're going to hear a loud thump.
Yeah.
So I don't know about like missing the gun, because that's a pretty hard thing to miss.
Well, I
The
heard
first thing.
the gun, and I heard this pretty early on that it was actually found in the bathroom.
Yeah, that was something that I think actually Jim Terry said, was that the gun
Did
was
he?
found. Yeah, Jim Terry said that the gun was found in the bathroom, and I don't know who he talked to get that, but that was something that Jim Terry had said very, very, very early on.
Okay, that's weird. I didn't know he said that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard the same thing, and I'm trying to think. Did I say something like that to him? But the key fob was found, from what I understand, in Dylan's pants in his laundry basket.
That came from Sammy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, Kurt said in that long, long interview that it was actually found by Don Hatley on the table.
Yes. I was getting emails yesterday about discrepancies and people wanting to do reaction videos.
I want to know more about Don Hatley.
Me too.
Me too. He's the man of the hour. That's the guy that I really would love to speak to. He almost feels unreachable for a lot of reasons, but we'll see. I don't David Brown. So all that's missing is the wallet, phone, and Dylan. Well, Kurt did say that the phone was found. That Don told him the phone was found. Why the FBI would divulge information like that to Don Hatley, I don't know. But Kurt said that. So I don't know exactly if if Dylan's phone was found.
I
But
doubt it was the FBI, but the locals might have. The local cops do get some information from the FBI because they think they can trust them, and they do spill some of the beans. It happens. But that's only if it's true.
yeah.
Yeah, I had heard one account that the phone was found, but I have heard multiple accounts that the 40 caliber Glock and the key fob were found, but only once was the phone found mentioned.
Yeah, and also about the phone, allegedly, Jim's phone and Dylan's phone were side by side for hours.
Oh,
Allegedly.
Oh,
yeah. Where did that come from? I've never heard that.
I know. That's why I'm telling you. But yeah, that has been said. But that's why I'm saying allegedly, because do I know that to be 100% true? No. I just don't kill the messenger. So, but yeah, that was said. So there's been a lot of things that have been said. The only thing we could do is take the information, try to sift through it, see if it makes sense, see if it doesn't, that kind of thing. What were you gonna say, Sun Beach?
Well, I just wondered, do we know if Don Hatley has any connection to Dylan's either Dylan's parents, because he was living in
The grandparents.
Idaho. The grandparents, okay.
He actually has
I,
a Facebook if you look it up, and he has Dylan as a friend.
oh,
He has the grandparent. Oh, hold on.
Oh, he definitely knew Dylan. I mean, he lived with Dylan. He lived with Dylan at the grandparents' house where the grandparents really weren't at. He lived there with him. So, I mean, you're talking about these guys that, and then you also have James Brenner, who lived with Dylan for 2 months in Idaho in a hotel room while they were working.
Really?
Yes. See these dots connecting?
And also, there's another thing about that with the James Brenner connection to Dylan. Dylan, according to Kurt, had hired James Brenner to drive his grain truck, which was being used to haul potatoes,
Yep.
for quite a while. So James Brenner knew how to drive that truck quite well because he was familiar with it.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
it
see, Candace
wasn't
Cooley's on
serious.
his friends list.
Yeah. So again, you're talking about two guys that knew Dylan. They weren't just these random farm hands. You spend 2 months inside of a hotel room working with somebody every day. You're gonna get to know them. So no strangers to him at all. But then you have James Brenner's rap sheet with him liking to sneak up behind people and choke them. He liked the element of surprise. You have that. So
Wait, does that mean somebody else has been choked out by him before?
have you seen his record?
No, actually, I haven't. I didn't look him up. There's also a Mike Hatley on there, on the friends list. It's not him, though. It's not Don. Maybe
Don
it
looks like
is.
Santa Claus now.
What was that?
I said Don looks like Santa Claus now.
He does.
Isn't he a strange looking guy? I mean, he just that guy, man. He's let me pull up a picture of him. He's a piece of work, I think.
Can I get your email address real quick, Black Dove, so that I can email you to kind of go through this?
Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat thingy.
Okay.
Swear to God, I'm making this man a fan club. I'm gonna make him a fan club and sell it to him. That's my next endeavor. Yeah. I just like to tease him about this because he just has like an enormous amount of fans, and I've never seen something like it. Like a person that doesn't have a channel and they're just so beloved. It's so fascinating to me, really. And I don't think have you ever cammed up, Black Dove? Like I'm just curious.
Have I what?
Have you ever turned your camera on?
No.
Yeah.
Not well.
So
I
I
mean, not on
mean,
YouTube.
nobody's even seen this man before. Nothing. Completely beloved. It's a feat. In the true crime community, that is a feat.
It's his voice and his common sense. It calms all of us.
Like I said, I think it's his voice for sure. I'm going through my freaking email right now, trying to find this picture of
Well, I mean
God.
that means gloridellen and Jess, you now have my email too, right?
yeah.
Do
Okay,
I?
good.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
hope so. It's in the private thing.
Just putting it over in my email here.
Oh, it's in the private chat. Oh, okay. People like the proton thing, don't they?
They say it
Yeah.
gives you more storage. That's what I
Does
heard.
it?
Well, Proton Mail is pretty secure. That's why I use it.
Okay. Because another creator uses that as well.
Zavgirl?
Rap?
Yep.
Yep.
Rap or Zap Girl?
Zap Girl.
Oh, okay.
Oop, I spelled it wrong. I spelled you Pungles. That's how I spelled that.
I don't want to get a bunch of spam and stuff.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'll just send you a real quick email, so you'll have my email address. But it is in my about section and stuff if people need to find it. So, well, Karmic is agreeing that Proton good. Christy, who did Brenner tell that he didn't like Dylan and wanted to kill him? Well, it was common knowledge amongst several people. There wasn't just one that him and Dylan just did not see eye to eye. They were fighting, they were arguing a lot. There was a lot of friction about that grain shed, which always draws my interest because I always say I've never left the grain shed. I'm still there because I don't know what Brenner or anyone else was doing in that grain shed, but he had a big problem allegedly with Dylan just parking in there. And
Oh, I have a little theory, being that we're talking about this element 11, which is happening nearby. Now, what if he had a big stash of drugs and other illegal stuff to go out and sell to people at element 11? And so he was being extra sensitive and didn't want Dylan seeing something he shouldn't see.
yeah, I've thought about that. Was he doing something in that shed? Why did you have such an issue? You weren't paying for that shed that or grain shed, whatever. You weren't. He didn't have any claim to it. So why were you so mad? What pissed you off so much about Dylan doing that?
I think it was the fact that Dylan is this young kid and he is doing so much at such a young age, and that was really, getting at Jim Brenner, who's about
A
3
massive
times
loser.
Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, you look at Brenner, and I've said this before as well. Older guy, he has nothing. He's squatting in a trailer that doesn't even belong to him. He has a truck that's breaking down and overheating all the time. He doesn't have a lot.
Did you hear his story on how he became that, though?
Say that again.
Did you get to hear his story on them robbing his house the day before and then basically blowing up his trailer?
Brenner?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
and why he went and lived with Kurt.
Glory, check the private chat for just a second before I answer that.
Okay.
That's not the story I heard about James Brenner.
Ooh.
You go ahead and tell your story, and we'll just share stories.
About James Brenner blowing up his own house?
Yeah.
Yeah, according to Ty Corbin, James Brenner is a moron, and he stored gasoline inside of his own little cabin thing or whatever he was living in, and he used a wood-burning stove, and the vapors from the gasoline ignited, and he burned his own house down, and then he blamed it on tweakers because he's an idiot.
Wow, that's not how Kurt told the story. He had gotten robbed the day before. They stole a bunch of stuff out of the back of his truck, including all of his work tools. And he was running down to catch them. And then he basically had no way of working. So he basically lost his whole living. And then the next day, his trailer blew up. So it kind of
Yeah.
I'm
leaded that
going to
somebody did
connect
it.
James Brenner to Chase Venstra for you guys if you don't know this.
Huh?
So Chase dated a woman. That woman left him, and that woman began dating James Brenner. Not long after that, James had like this little shack, and it was blown up. I don't think they found the person that did it, but we can surely guess who that probably was. But there's that connection.
With Black Dove's telling it different. Like it was basic. But I just don't see him blowing up the only thing after losing his.
No,
Well, I
he
didn't say he did it
did.
on purpose.
Right. Okay.
I mean, Ty Corbin says that he was storing gasoline inside of a trailer and he was using a wood burning stove. And that's a pretty bad combo if that's what
Right.
happened.
That's interesting because it's very far off from what I'm hearing.
And did
Well,
Ty say anything about the tools being stolen out of the back of his truck that was parked several miles away?
No, that was I have not heard about that from Ty about James Brenner. I
Have
did
you?
hear about them both dating Becky, Chase, and James, but not the other thing.
Yeah. Brenner and Chase dated the same woman. So it's
And Chase also is a thief, so maybe he could have stole the tools too.
they're all connected. I'm telling you that. They're all connected in living situations, and well, you have that connection with a woman, but a lot of living situation connections.
I don't know. I just really am starting to think that about the element 11 and what nefarious things they might have been hiding in the grain shed in anticipation of selling
Good point.
things there at to people who are out there, because that just seems like that that's
That is very
potentially a lot
interesting,
more
Gary.
money to them than Dylan's paycheck. That
Could that also be how Chase got beat up?
I've heard that speculated that he's got caught trying to steal somebody's stuff and got beat up. And, if you're having to deal with it, taking the law into your own hands, that's not an unreasonable thing for somebody to do. If law enforcement.
That's just very interesting that you sort of connected that, Glory, because it is something to look at. Black Dove, I don't know if you heard the first stream that I was doing, but we were talking about this festival that is held every year at Stargazer Ranch, which is in Box Elder County.
I've heard of it.
Okay, so it's like an offshoot of Burning Man.
Yep.
And it was held June 22nd through the 26th. But I got a really interesting email earlier today, saying to sort of look into that because people were starting to come into the area around Memorial Day weekend to sort of set up tents and do whatever they were doing. But with Glory saying that about the shed, these festivals are known for drugs. That's what you do. You dance, you do drugs, and you like find yourself or something. I don't know. But either way, if that's very interesting, Glory, because I keep asking that question. like James Brenner, why did you have such a problem with Dylan? Why did it piss you off? Did it just have to do with the fence? Dylan takes the fence down. James Brenner puts it back up. James got the key. Dylan has to get a hold of him too. Dylan's pissed off because he's got to get a hold of James every time he wants to open the fence to park the truck. They have this friction going on. But if he was doing something in that grain shed, Glory, for this festival, cooking up some meth, getting prepared, doing anything of that nature.
Yeah, exactly. And Christy is about stolen gun. Yes, that is something that occurred to me too, because you're going to have people who want contraband, and you're going to have people, who are felons who can't go buying things legally. So, that's another good money maker for them potentially.
It's a very interesting theory.
I got a question about it though.
Yeah.
Like, so Kurt says that James Brenner wasn't into meth as far as he knows. He just drank booze.
Yeah.
But if he was going to be selling drugs, whether it was fentanyl, like Aaron Wadsworth was busted for, or meth, he would have to be able to procure the drugs to then go and sell them to the festival goers. So how would a loser like James Brenner, who's got nothing and lives and squatting in a trailer, how would he procure those drugs to then go and resell? Would be my question.
Maybe
Well, I mean, you
Dylan.
can make meth. You can cook meth. There's meth labs. They always call meth the poor man's coke, because it's made out of such disgusting cheap chemicals, and these people know how to do this. There are a lot of tweakers out there. They know how to do this kind of thing, to cook it up. So it wouldn't exactly be him, buying the drugs from anybody else. He could absolutely be making it. But again, just a theory. So when I got that email about the Stargazer Ranch, this festival that happened again this year, not long after Dylan went missing, roughly maybe about a month after Dylan went missing. But yeah, it's a thought of, if James Brenner was cooking up some meth, I guess he wouldn't want Dylan pulling the frickin' truck in there and like maybe knocking over his meth lab or something. Who knows?
Well, driving the truck in there might trigger an explosion because of sparks and so forth. So,
yeah, it's just a theory. But I constantly go over in my head, like, what is the physical evidence that the FBI has? They said they have it, and I just would love to know exactly what it is.
Yes.
Well, if they were making meth in the shed, then they're going to have evidence that's left on the walls and everything, because that stuff gets all over the place in the cooking process, as I understand it. It's a nightmare for real estate developers. They find out that the house that they bought had a meth lab in it, and they have to take a lot more care in doing renovations.
Yeah, when that happens in my state, they call out DNREC, which is Delaware Department of Natural Resources, and they come out and they'll rope the entire area off and like dismantle a meth lab so that it doesn't blow up. But Inzi, I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name right. But why would the ones who getting work from Dylan want to harm him? I feel the people who didn't want Dylan to successful had something to do with it. Well, that's a good question to ask. Were the people working for Dylan being paid? You want to ask questions like that. How was that happening? Was there issues with that? Things like that. Christy, Becky, their ex-girlfriend, Chase and Brenner would party together. Brenner saw Aviles cruising around Becky's one night and pulled a gun on him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you know, I heard that story from Ty Corbin, and he gave a pretty detailed description, which came from Robert Aviles' mother, which came from Robert Aviles in jail, I believe. And
Thanks.
then Sammy, Kurt's daughter, completely switched it around. The way Ty Corbin said it was that James Brenner pulled a chrome pistol larger than, well, 9mm or larger, so it was a decent sized bore gun. He pulled a gun on Robert Aviles and told him to stay away from Becky. But then Sammy says that it was the other way around, and that Robert pulled the gun
I heard that too.
on James Brenner. And I was like, okay, so which one is the real story then? Like, which way did it really happen?
You tell me. I don't know. I am literally listening and taking that in.
Kimberly makes an interesting comment about the hardest
Yes.
ingredient to make meth is anhydrous, which is fertilizer, grain shed,
Exactly.
like naturally store it.
Are they talking about anhydrous ammonia?
I don't know how to make meth, so I guess.
Me neither.
I don't know how to make meth, but I know what anhydrous is a prefix for a chemical. It's not a chemical itself. Like anhydrous is not a specific compound. It's a like a nomenclature for a type of compound, meaning without water, anhydrous. So I think anhydrous ammonia is used for adding nitrogen to soil. And I'm not sure that there was any anhydrous ammonia anywhere around there, though. Like, that's the thing.
It would be interesting to know if there was, and if she meant what you were saying, the anhydrous ammonia, which I'm gonna assume, but I'll wait for her to answer that, I guess. Karmic is saying, I thought that happened at the saddle store.
The gun being pulled? No, that happened at somebody's house. Robert Aviles, if I remember right.
Leave that there. I'm still waiting on Kimberly McIntyre to clear that up. What she was saying. David Brown. Was that incident that Ellen Berg talked about that happened at the bar? She also mentioned a Preston there as well. Which incident, David, where Kurt confronted her, or which one? This is what I hate that about chat. Like, nothing, I don't hate chat, but it's like it's so much easier when you have people on panel where you can just say something to them, instead of like waiting for like the reply. So Karmic is saying, oh, David Brown said yes about Kurt. Yeah, I can give Kurt's version of that, which was that Ellenberg basically sort of stiffed him out of 20 grand. This is his story, okay? And he confronted her at the bar. But I guess he went right up to her and told her, you owe me 20 grand, BITCH. So, and they don't like each other too much, But Troy, on the other hand, him and Ellen have always liked each other. They like each other, and yeah. So I don't want to. I don't even want to go into that too much. That's a whole world of whatever. It's it could get a little crazy with that, but
A little bit on Wadsworth's. I was curious about him because growing up on a little dead end street with about 15 residences on it, the next door neighbors but one were some Wadsworths who were polygamists, and so in chat last night, I asked about if he was related to the patriarch of that family, and he didn't recognize the name, but he mentioned that about his
there were two
ancestor.
brothers.
Yeah, and the ancestor coming from England, and I was looking at the genealogy for my neighbor and found out that he had an ancestor who came over from Derby, and I think he was born in 1856. So I'm kind of like 90% sure that he's probably a second cousin to my neighbors growing up.
Wow, small world, right?
Yes.
This is something that I think I'll speak on. I'm not sure which channel this was on, but apparently somebody was saying that the Candace Coley's family and the Wadsworth family have like been babysitting each other's kids for decades or centuries or something.
Yes, I heard that.
Yes. That's another true, non-true. Not true that it was like that, but Candace Coley's grandparents, I believe, lived right across the street from Wadsworth, and there was babysitting that happens like years ago. So I don't think that they had a connection like in Montella or things like that. I don't know that Dylan knew of that or anything like that. Possibly, but I don't really think so. So I don't know.
So you're saying that basically Dylan wouldn't have been being babysat by the Wadsworths, younger
No.
Dylan. Okay,
No.
just
No,
to clear
this
up
was
that confusion.
yeah prior to him, but not him. No. So is Preston a cousin of Kurt? I don't know, David Brown. Cannot answer that. Don't know. If any of you guys know, I guess you guys can answer, but I don't know the answer to that question.
I have done no genealogy research on them.
Okay.
Well, Kurt would be the last person I would pull it on anyway. In my opinion, I just don't
Yeah, I
think
mean,
it's there.
everybody gets different feelings, different gut feelings about things. It is what it is. Vanilla Unicorn, that name still just like, it just gets me. And I'm always going to think of her as Black Dove's.
Oh, I thought it got you for a different reason. It gets me for a reason. Nobody else plays video games here?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
The Vanilla Unicorn is the name of the strip club in Grand Theft Auto 5.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's the straight strip club. There's a gay strip club that's hidden in Grand Theft Auto 5, sort of. I can't remember the name, but I could drive by it.
Does anybody on this damn platform know how to not troll like anyone?
No.
Like, and I even said, "Oh, I like your little picture and your name." I had no idea that this was the hidden gay strip club in
No. The Vanilla Unicorn's the straight strip club.
Okay. I still like it, I guess, whatever. But Vanilla Unicorn. Can you change your name? Do I have to keep saying
No.
that? Not
That
you.
name is good.
Vanilla unicorn.
That's a good name.
Is it?
Yeah, she even explained how she was being trolled under her real name, so I think that she's safe there.
All right. Vanilla unicorn. I see. I can't do this, you guys. Come on.
I'm dying over here, Jess.
Same.
I can't. I'm just trying to read the question. Damn it. Okay, so stop.
Yeah, see, David even says that's pretty cool.
Okay.
I'm loving it.
I have worked for Department of Natural Resources in Washington as a civil engineer, drone mapping, surveying landslides. Do they know that you named yourself Vanilla Unicorn on YouTube? These people know that.
Nobody else picked up on that name?
Well, just think Hostess cupcakes, they were called Vanilla Unicorn too. So there was, and they made a cereal named the same.
I love how hard you guys are going for this name. Like, it's just whatever. Moving on. Did you by chance, Vanilla, make it out to that Stargazer festival or no? Like, I'm picturing people, with like vanilla unicorns out there and stuff like that. God damn it. Okay.
But also, would people going to the Stargazer thing, would they like be doing meth, or would they be out there dropping acid and smoking a bunch of weed?
I would say probably do it all.
Yeah, I think it would be everything. Anything goes.
Yeah,
these kinds of things from what I've heard of Burning Man, and this is locals wanting to emulate that. So
yeah, like we have a festival here in Delaware. It's called Firefly, and I love it. I go every year. It's great. But listen, there is literally every single drug you could imagine. Most people drink and smoke their pot, but you definitely have the people that are doing all of the raving and all of the unicorn colors and all of the things. So it's like everything pretty much. But so
I ran fair myself.
So this comment says also sus source Kurt. Dylan was ordinarily. I like how you did that. Named your source, like the source that you got that from. Dylan was ordinarily going to buy the property at the grain shed, but later changed his mind and wanted the other land southeast of grain shed.
Speaking of that, let me ask, what would it mean if Dylan called the owner of the land? Would that mean Jim would have been caught?
Actually.
But to Jim, would that have meant that he's caught? There goes a gopher turtle. Caught, I forget what they call it, on the guy's land, squatting on that guy's land, or the guy knew he was on his land?
The owner of the land?
Yes.
I believe that he did know that Brenner was there. But Dylan, from what I understand, Dylan was calling him quite often, like multiple times a day, often.
That's what Kurt said, right?
Yeah.
And that was to get access to the gate. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Was that to get access to the gate and tell Brenner to back down?
Well, I think he was actually trying to buy that land.
Yeah, well, from Kurt's description of his calls to this would be John Shelton, right? That we're talking about.
Oh, I just dropped my whole cup, everything. Say that again, Black Dove. I'm sorry.
I said this would be John Shelton.
Yes.
The person, yeah. So Kurt basically said that Dylan liked to call him more to like I don't know, not chat him up, but like um talk business type stuff with him because he wanted to do business dealings or something like that. Like impress him on a business sense.
Was
Uh Pardon?
Black Dove, was that the guy that paid the possibly, let's put it in quotations, possibly paid for the seed?
I don't know who paid for Dylan's seed that was in the grain truck. But
Dylan did.
yeah.
Well, wait a minute, because Kurt made it sound like he had some deal with some guy that he would grow this, and then at the end he would sell. If he grew the certain thing, he would sell it, and that possibly meant that he would have bought the seed too.
Well, what it was is one of the ranches that Dylan was working on. The deal was basically that if he seeded the land and did the work there, that he could have, I don't want to say leftover seed, but he would get money from that and have the seed that was left over, basically.
Okay, so we're talking about two different things. So
Kinda, but not really.
well, you're talking about what he worked for. Did he work for this John? Did you say John guy?
No, I'm
John,
not talking about John.
I was talking about John Shelton was the guy who, okay, so there's two different things with John Shelton. There's the fact that Dylan, allegedly by Kurt, Dylan liked to talk to this guy to talk business or whatever and try to impress him. And then there's the other allegation from Kurt that at 3:41 p.m. on the day Dylan
corrected it to 2:41.
Yeah, that's the official Facebook timeline that I'm starting to think is kind of crap, based on multiple reasons.
I think so as well.
Yeah. So that official timeline says 2:41 Mountain Standard Time, app data ping to a cell phone tower, not any kind of a voicemail or a phone call. However, Kurt has explicitly stated that the 3:41 thing is actually a voicemail that Dylan Round's phone. So it's not clear if it was actually him sending this voicemail or not. It was Dylan Round's phone called John Shelton at 3:41 p.m. There's a 1 minute and 5 second voicemail. The voicemail is not retrievable by John Shelton, and he told this to Kurt. He's like, "WTF, man? What's going on? I can't
How
get
is
my
it
voice."
not retrievable?
I was getting to that, and it's not retrievable because he calls his carrier. John Shelton calls his carrier. He's like, "Why can't I get my voicemail?" And they're like, "Law enforcement has locked it down, and you can't get it." SAW. And so then he tells Kurt, and Kurt's like, "What the hell?" And then Kurt relayed that in one of his interviews.
What is on that voicemail?
Well, Kurt has a theory about that too. He hypothesizes that the voicemail is potentially a distress call from Dylan to the guy, either because James Brenner or somebody else has gone ape and they're attacking him or whatever. But it's not clear.
Maybe it was a pocket dial, and so an ear witness recording of it instead of a distress call.
Or that's a good observation.
That's a very good possibility.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Karmic, it's definitely retrievable, and I wonder if that's a part of the forensic data that the FBI
I think that makes a lot of sense.
That has to be it, in my opinion.
The Summer Wells, how they wiped the text off the phone after 3:30 so that the family wouldn't be able to refer back to it to coordinate their stories. It has very much the same feel.
Wait a sec. Can I ask you about that?
Okay.
So you're saying that the feds or the cops remote wiped the text messages off the people?
They were handed the phones.
Yeah, they can do it. I can't remember the program, my Chris McDonough mentioned it in talking about the Summer Wells case and named the program that they use, but I can't remember it right now.
I know what you're talking about, Chloe.
Me
But
too,
it
but I can't
wasn't
think
done
it.
remotely. It was done because they gave the person the phone and they wiped it.
Yes, it was all three phones were handed, and they wiped off two. I don't know about grandma's. I never did hear about grandma's. If y'all did, whatever, but they did wipe off anything after three,
It was
whatever
like
that she hadn't
three
already put a copy
15
of
or
on the internet.
3:30, somewhere around there.
So the video she had already uploaded to TikTok of the little girl in the back seat, but the rest of that they took and
Yeah.
completely wiped from them people, which was a good thing because they then come on drunk and high and blasted like everything, but they can't get their story straight on it because they don't know because it's
Yeah.
all gone.
Well, I feel like we have the same problem in the Summer Wells case, is that we can't find Summer. If you found Summer, we'd have a whole different ball game here, and it's the same thing with Dylan. And I sincerely hope that this case does not turn into the Summer Wells case, where a year
It's,
from now we're
Oh
still talking
no,
about this.
there's no
no,
way.
that's not going to happen.
No.
They have so much more here. They named Jim Brenner in the court documents as a suspect, and that's huge. That's a permanent part of the court record. That's not something they can walk back like a press conference. Oh, this is our suspect. This is.
Yeah, but you have to remember, charges are still not laid against him, and Dylan's still not found. So they can keep him in there on the gun charges, but
Yes.
if Dylan is not found, it's just going to make it extremely difficult. And that's obvious. That's common sense. So I really feel like in Summer's case is exactly why we have not seen arrests in that case, even though we damn near know exactly like who did what.
I still believe she walked away, especially hearing how
Really,
they searched.
Well,
Yes.
let me just tell you, okay, and just take whatever I say, however you want to say it. I went there. I went to Hawkins County. I went to Ben Hill Road. I went to Warriors Park. I went to all of those places. If you saw that terrain
I've
out
been
on
there
Ben Hill
multiple
Road,
times.
huh?
I've been there multiple times.
So you definitely know it.
My family's lived there. Yes, but the difference is how they searched
Yeah.
was honestly like a kindergartner could have searched better than what the police did there.
Well, I'm more interested now than with what you can tell me, because I saw that terrain and I was like, there is no way this kid just walked off this mountain.
Did you
Like,
watch the newer video of JLR walking with the neighbor to
I
see what's
saw
actually
that, but
back
I
there?
didn't watch it.
Well, please go back and watch that because it'll give you a better idea of exactly behind and beside and in front of Ben Hill. And knowing what they did and did not search will blow your mind.
You know what? It already has, but I've always, how they continue to search at like that certain little like location that they keep going back to and keep going back to and keep going back to that like same area.
Do you know why that is?
You tell me. No, I
When
don't.
when Candace got in her car and drove,
Mhm.
that's where she went. Not once, but twice. She went back to that area.
Really?
Yes.
I have never heard that anywhere. I've been following this case for over a year.
Yeah, me too. But if you listen between JSB and jeez, what was the other guy's name? Where Candace comes out of the driveway and she takes that turn. Well, when JLR does that, he comes back. He doesn't go out of the driveway and take that turn. Well, actually he does because kind of it's back there by that weird church.
Yeah.
So, but if you watch that, that's where And then Dawn goes the opposite direction to the Fred Light. Is it Fred Light? Yeah. Fred, is he the RSO there?
Yeah, the Light brothers, Frank Light.
Yeah, he's the RSO, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So Dawn goes to their area. Candace goes the opposite direction to where JLR actually goes. And if you look, that gets her to the back of her property.
Is this
She goes
new
to the
information that just came out?
well, you just have to connect it. Like Krama Mama and them kind of connected it. And then for me, the reason why the cops keep going there is the same reason, but they're missing where they should actually, like the child, like Summer would have went down that dog trail. If anything, leaving that swing would make sense for her to have followed the brothers where the brothers go and use their motorcycles or whatever they're called, their dirt
Oh,
bikes.
dirt bikes. Yeah.
So she would have followed that path because that's where she was. So she would have went down there and they should have searched that way where
What do
they
you
focused where
think
Candace
about
went.
the dogs stopping at Jody Sue Brown's feet?
I think Jody Sue knows a little bit more than what she's saying, especially with the scream. If she honestly heard that scream, which
You didn't hear that scream.
I don't believe,
I don't believe her for
then she has more info. If she did not
Yeah.
hear that, because if you heard that scream, obviously you're going to look to where the scream came from. And
Well, it's
so
just
you would
amazing
see,
the stuff that she says. Like,
but
oh
the only
yeah, the
thing that
search
gets me is
called
the red
Robert's
truck.
birthday. They stopped at my feet. Really, Jody? Tell us some more. Oh yeah, and my ex, you know,
And then
he
she brings
was
her
running
dog out
dogs
there
to
that's a
the Wells
fighter
kid.
dog.
Oh,
Really?
and don't
And she
forget
brings her
about
fighter
Welsh.
dog out there too. Like, who does that in the middle of a search for a baby? You know better.
Yeah,
Why does she do that? Makes it
she's
suspicious.
a nasty piece of work, but
Yes.
you know, Black Dove probably has no idea what the hell we're talking about right now.
I really don't.
Yeah, I know. It's the Summer Wells case, but I want to leave it here, Sun Beach, is that is there a single person in the Summer Wells case that is not going to, we should start a fund for the person that does not start a YouTube channel in the Summer Wells case.
Oh,
I thought we had hit the low when Andrew Hilt did it.
he's still
And
doing
now
it.
I know.
And
And
his
now we're
behavior
at
is
Andy
so
Bernard. Like
grotesque.
I'm done with these people.
How could you even listen to him? It's so grotesque, the things he says about his own children alone.
No
Like,
kids.
he has
Yeah.
no contact with what happened this summer. He has no idea. Only what
None.
he hears. You hear the same thing. Just listen to YouTube. You can get that
Yeah.
same drama. But the only thing I really want to question you about is that
Okay.
red truck. That's the only thing in my mind that says anything different that Summer may have walked off but picked up by this red truck. But who's seen this red truck? I still am not down to the bottom of that.
Well, then there's the fact that Jody Sue's mother has a red truck.
Yep.
But where did this red truck come in from? Is this just a red herring thrown in?
I've always felt it was a red herring, but I don't know. Jody Sue Brown. Oh wait, let me think before I
Oop,
speak here.
JSB. JSB.
JSB. Yeah, let me think before I speak here. JSB has said something very similar to a person in Dylan's case, and it freaked me out when they said it.
What?
And that was, I'm the key to this case.
Oh. So bunch of nobodies just running their yipper yappers and wanting to be stars. That's get their 15 minutes of fame.
I'm going to go use the potty, and I'll be right back. But yes,
Okay, we'll swoop it back to Dylan then. I just wanted that.
I'm assuming that person who's running their yipper yapper is Kurt
Yes,
in the
sir.
Dylan Rounds case.
Yes, sir.
I did not say that, Black Dove.
I did though.
I did not.
Blame
say
it on
that.
Summer. I mean, some beach.
Oh. I did not say that, sir.
Well, who else would it be?
He is not. I promise you.
Ty.
Kurt is not the only person that I talked to in this case. I will promise you that. But I did not say that. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that there have been two people that in these two different cases that have said that exact same phrase, and I believe them.
Vanilla Unicorn, the FBI would wipe the phones because they don't want them to be able to refer back to what they've said previously to coordinate their stories and
Correct.
and come up with a narrative. So it
Plus,
helps.
you have to remember, mother failed lie detector test. They gave her the excuse she was too messed up, meaning take it for what you want, and that
Okay.
they had to redo that. So there's that. That's why they didn't want her being able to look over her phone the next day and say, "Oh well, at 3:45 I took this photo. At 4:50 I called Dawn," and see how their stories have gone wild. They just wanted to see that, which is what we're seeing because they cannot remember because one was under the influence.
At least.
Yeah.
So these people wait, I'm a bit confused. These people were told to give up their phone to the cops, and then the cops did something to their phone and then gave them back.
Yes,
Yeah.
they
Well,
completely stored all the info and then erased the time frame they wanted and then gave them back to them. They did.
well, there's some debate whether they actually gave them back or not. Chris McDonough says that likely they didn't get them back because they would want to preserve that for a trial.
But
Because
they did because at that point, um, she was claimed to have been kidnapped. So they wanted them to have the phone in case whoever took them requested money. So that was
well,
their reasoning, supposedly.
yeah, but the thing is, they can clone the phone and they can have a physically different a physically different phone, which is going to have all of the data except for the part that's been wiped. So that's
Well, I'm also hearing with CW's phone, it wasn't important to have because it was only Wi-Fi, so they could honestly get that easy and delete that easy. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know that to be a fact. It was never on a data thing where Dawn DW's they would have taken that phone. So that's why the confusion is there. They probably did take Dawn's and not return it. And they did hand her back or vice versa. I can't remember
I
which way it
don't
was told to me.
I don't really buy the Wi-Fi phone thing because she's supposedly searching the holler going to the church and back, and meanwhile she's talking to Don the whole time and she's in the range of Wi-Fi the whole time. That just does not make sense.
Right. And that tells you she didn't leave too far off that property.
If she left at all, she might have told Don she was out searching and
No,
was.
she's on that trail cam leaving not
Okay,
once but twice.
I see.
And that's why
That's why
whoever
they're
doesn't
saying.
have their camera
Who
anymore.
do you listen to on this case?
Oh, I've
Some
listened to all of them.
just everybody. Okay.
But I run one of the Facebook groups. So
Oh,
people message you with all kinds of proof
No,
and accusations and
which
blah.
group?
Prayers for
oh, I
Summer
know.
Wells and another one that's private. But um prayers for Summer Wells, prayers and updates.
Yeah, Angie Girl is saying, but not all phones were turned over to LE, and
Yeah.
H's phone was kept for a month or longer. Angie, I don't believe that he ever even got that phone back.
No, he still to this day has not got that
Yeah,
phone
he
back.
has not gotten that phone back, which just tells you. I think Chris McDonough did say that best when he said, you know exactly where that phone is. That phone is in an evidence locker somewhere.
Yeah.
Plus you have to
Um,
remember the feds took H's phone. The
yeah.
locals took C and D's phone.
Well,
Night one versus
in
night three.
moments, I guess. Yeah.
So that might have been the mistake right there that they handed it back instead of swiping the whole phone. Where
I could see that.
FBI agent could pull a warrant quick, and these numbskulls didn't even know what they were doing to. Had this been handled differently, I think Summer would already have been found.
I think so as well. And that's something that I think we're seeing in Dylan's case as well. They lost so much precious time. They really did, and they also stuff was destroyed. There was evidence destroyed. You cannot let people just come on to a potential crime scene like that, even though it wasn't an actual crime scene, because they didn't know if he just walked away or whatever, which isn't a crime. But with them not knowing, they should not have allowed any touching of anything. Like, we're not going to touch anything. We're not going to do anything like that until we figure out if this kid, ran off or if he's, missing not of his own accord. I think they just
Kimberly,
did a horrible job.
that's Don's second or third phone. It's irrelevant. For what they need, for the time frame that happened. The only thing it's relevant for is the drug escapades and the possible trafficking of SW. But they're not smart enough to have done that. Like,
Well, it's also relevant in that there might be text which might have information that could tell them what happened.
yes, correct. But they can't get a warrant for his second phone. They could only, I'm sure they could do some kind of tactic and get it, but
Yeah, they could if they wanted to, but
if they wanted to.
I think
they would have taken it had he checked into jail with it. They would have taken it and had it in a locker and got the warrant. But because he left it in Tim's car, that really screwed that up too. Because they would have had a right to it if it was in Don's possession as he walked into the jail.
Vanilla Unicorn is asking, is that legal to wipe data like that? Absolutely. They have a missing child. They are suspects in it. So for sure. Yeah, they could do that.
And they should, especially with the two they were dealing with.
Karmic is saying, yes, if it's illegal, it will ruin a case, right? Yes, it's legal to do. Angie, thank you, because I caught myself. I have had to back away from it to be able to come back. The letter handwriting analysis has created a spark for me. I think Steve Johnson is amazing with his handwriting analysis and his behavioral analysis and all that kind of stuff. That letter that Don wrote to Summer was just, he didn't write that letter.
No.
Like, darn well he did not write that letter.
Yeah, Tim just came out with another letter from Dawn, and you can tell the handwriting is not Dawn.
Of course. And that this is true as well. Allie, law enforcement can lie to the public.
Yes.
They can lie. They can lie to suspects. They can lie. They can do all of that. The only thing they really can't lie on is
court documents.
Court documents
in Dylan's case.
Yes. So it kind of makes me think about the West case, the West boys, Orrin and Orson West, where it was like a week after these two little boys go missing. Law enforcement comes out and does a press conference and tells everyone, foul play is suspected here. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, they know, like they did. They let this go on for 14 months and didn't tell the public like anything. And they knew a week after those kids went missing that they were dead. They already knew it.
Yes.
So, it could very well be the case with Dylan that they know and they're just not saying that. They don't have to say it.
Well, so it goes back to the search warrant and the homicide. They slipped up, I think, when they were doing the search warrant and said homicide.
For Chase.
Well, in the West case, we also seen them search the backyard, digging up the backyard. So that told you all you needed to know right there.
Yeah. Glory, what you were saying about Dylan's case with, the Chase Venstre thing. And in that, they were investigating him, executing that search warrant on his property on June 12th in conjunction with a homicide. What other homicide? Like, that just gets me. And I know that it gets you. Have we gotten to the bottom of this? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's why we can't close Chase out.
Yeah.
In my mind, I can't.
I think Glory fell asleep. Glory, are you
No, I'm
awake?
not asleep.
Are you
Unless
just
Chase
thinking?
was the driver and they
No,
didn't take Dylan's truck.
What?
I said unless Chase was the driver for Brenner because he doesn't have a vehicle, right? We still have not found a vehicle for Brenner.
No, Brenner does have a vehicle, but
It overheats.
Chase
it's a
doesn't
pickup
have
truck.
reliable. Chase doesn't have reliable transportation. He's got, I think, a vehicle which is very.
It's a motorhome. He has a motorhome, but it's apparently broke down. It's been broke down.
Yeah, it seems to be broke down more often than it's not.
Yeah,
And-
but Robert Aviles does have a vehicle.
And that's the vehicle that's broken or sitting somewhere that they hadn't taken, and I guess they now have, right? That's Robert Aviles'.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have it now either.
As I understand it, Robert Aviles was ferrying Chase out around the desert there around Lucin. So,
yeah,
if he had the motorhome functional, he wouldn't have needed that.
Hey, Black Dove.
Yep.
Any way you could talk Ty into calling that in as a tip and have him kind of watch over it and see if they can come get it. I don't have a close relationship with Ty or anyone else there for that matter.
Robert Aviles' car?
Yes. He's in jail. Why wouldn't they grab his car?
I don't know. I don't know if they did look over the car or not. Kurt seems to have said that they did not look at it, and he was quite pissed about it. But yeah, I can say that. I think Ty knows what the cops have and haven't done to some degree in the town as far as vehicles go. But Ty was asking if anybody knew of Chase Venstra. He was apparently seen driving a white, like, Chevy Blazer or some smallish SUV. He wanted to know if that car that was abandoned in Park Valley, Utah, which is where the FBI had been knocking on doors, apparently, if that abandoned car was a white Chevy SUV of some kind. Because he seems to think that might have been how Chase got out to mile marker 53.
And then they're looking.
I thought the seed truck wasn't drivable past 25 miles either. I thought it was a beaten down seed truck. No? Potato truck. So it is drivable?
Yes.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that vehicle at all.
Yeah, no, that he drove that all the way to Idaho.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that
I
wouldn't
excluded that vehicle.
Yeah, no, when she said that, it just like clicked in my head. Like, why did I not think of that? Like, that's so obvious. You know?
What, they could have used that?
Yeah.
Somebody asked about Chase's trailer, his Karmic Vibes. That was, I believe, in Davis County where the search warrant was executed. I expect they may have seized it from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to know what exactly they took from Chase. With them executing that search warrant. Like what did they take exactly?
And how did they take Chase's guns being left at, oh no, those were James Brenner's. I just got that confused. How did they take that Don stating that they were there, and then why didn't Don tell about that hidden gun A1 day one, and two, how did they take that for exactly his guns just because Don said they were? Like, I don't understand that.
Because when the FBI went into the camper trailer that Brenner was squatting in, they noticed like black gunpowder and things like
Right.
that. So they assumed that he had muzzle loaders. They
Okay.
basically
Keep
got
that
Don to tell them the truth about that. He handed two people did the same thing in this case as well. Aviles and Brenner or Hatley, because Don gave the cops the muzzle loaders first, but he kept the 22 caliber rifle. He didn't give that up first. He said that the person that lived in that trailer prior to Brenner squatting in it owed him money, so he felt like this 22 caliber gun was his.
Now, is Dylan's rifle missing, or is the handgun?
Neither.
Neither is missing.
Yeah. And then Robert Aviles pretty much like did the same thing. He hid Chase's guns for him. He gave them all the guns but one. And then he says, well, there's this crawl space like by my kid's room, and Chase could have like put a gun in there. I don't know.
Isn't that what Hadley did?
He goes in there and finds the gun, and then Aviles is like, okay, fine, like yeah, I put it in there.
Isn't that what Hadley did as well?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like two different people do the two same like things here.
So now whichever gun comes back as we don't know without a body.
We don't know. Exactly. That's why, it's permanent.
Unless they found a bullet fragment.
Or some shells.
Or some shells.
Yes. My biggest fear is the acid. Because obviously there just wouldn't be, you wouldn't be able to tell in what manner he was killed.
Plus the backhoe was there with the key in the ignition to bury.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about this muriatic acid, but how much of that is there, and was it in a tank? Could somebody have been thrown into it? Like, what's going on with that?
And has anyone seen it even?
That was used. It would need to be used to neutralize Dylan's land. Kurt did confirm that he used that, and he mentioned a tank, because I said, was it in barrels, or because it has to be stored in plastic barrels, it can't be stored in steel barrels because it'll corrode it. Yeah. But he said it was in a tank, so he had to have a lot of it if he's using it to neutralize all that, or not all the ground, but the ground he was doing. So he had to have a good amount of it.
But was it already used? Because he already planted some.
I don't. Yes, but I don't believe. I mean, he didn't plant all of it because his seed was in the grain truck. So,
Yeah. So when did that seed come on scene?
The day before he went missing.
That new seed came on scene the day before?
Yeah, I think he went right up to Idaho and got it and came back. Why he didn't put it in the grain shed that night, or I really don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, we do know he's a little lazy. So,
allegedly.
Right.
We just always have to say stuff like that, because at the end of the day, it's all secondhand knowledge, and I didn't know Dylan any better than anybody else here. Right. So
the thing about the grain truck being driven, did you hear the thing that Candace said very early on in an interview about the ruts in the ground around the grain shed? It appeared that the grain truck had been driven from Dylan's camper and farm to the grain shed, possibly later in the day because it started raining heavier later in the day, and therefore the ruts would be deeper?
Yes. And I've talked about the rain, because I think originally we were all under the impression that it was like raining that morning, but that's not true. It rained throughout the day. It rained into Sunday and Monday as well. And by the time it got to Monday, they were having like flash floods. So the woman in Lucin that I spoke with, I said, on Saturday, I said, if Dylan talked to his grandmother that early at 6:50 in the morning, he puts his grain truck in there, it's gonna rain the rest of the day. He's aware of that. So why, he would he stay at his camper trailer all day by himself? Like, highly doubtful. You would think that he would want to go back to Montello and hang out with the Wadsworths, who were having an entire family get together there.
Yeah.
But Dylan disappears. Dylan doesn't make it anywhere. And then the problem that I have with that is no one said anything. Just why? How did no one notice that Dylan just was not around? Uh, they did notice. They had to.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
by Saturday.
willful
Oh.
overlooking.
Right.
Yeah.
Which, if he was busy on this other farm, as they're trying to say, or well, let's just say Hatley was busy on this farm, as they're trying to say, maybe he really was just busy.
Yeah, but here's the problem with all that.
But then he would have had. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Black Dove.
Well, I was just going to say that people were looking for Dylan on Saturday. Saturday night was the earliest that they were supposedly looking for Dylan. And that was said, I believe, accidentally by Candace in an interview, because she said Saturday night. And Sammy, Kurt's daughter, also said that they were not looking for Dylan just on Sunday. They were looking for him on Saturday.
Right.
What?
Huh? What do you mean what?
Say that one more time.
Okay. So in an interview, Candace says Saturday night was when they started looking for Dylan. But
and Kurt's daughter said what?
Said Saturday as well.
She also said that they were looking for Dylan on Saturday. And I asked her to clarify that. And she did. It's on the stream that I was asked to get onto. I think when she elaborated, she said something along the lines of Grandma actually called on Saturday to have people start looking and then called again on Sunday.
Thank God for Grandma, by the way.
Yeah, but why would they be looking for him on Saturday?
Because he said that he would call her back and he didn't. And he was, I guess, pumped, or they may have had something with that seed, maybe even. Y'all are saying the day before he went and got the seed. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, our guesses is all we can say.
No, there's something very wrong with all of that. Very wrong with that. Because Jesus. They've always maintained that they didn't know Dylan was missing till Tuesday.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like the even if you look at when Grandma called on all the other things, except for the slip up by Candace and the thing from Kurt's daughter, it's maintained that she called Dylan on Sunday, and then Don Hatley returned the call on Monday. Right. And there was elaboration on the details of the search, which was that Don went, I can't remember if this is Saturday or Sunday now. It's one of the two. That Don and possibly Jim went and checked Dylan's truck and found that it was locked, said, yeah, nothing's wrong. They looked, and I remember this was said. I'd have to go back and find the stream that it was said on, but they looked for Dylan's guns. That was mentioned explicitly, that they looked for his guns
Who
while they were
mentioned
looking.
that? Do you
I
remember?
can't remember. I seriously would have to go back and look at the stream. Let me see if it's in my notes. Like, I have pages and pages of this crap written out now. I'm not even kidding.
No, I believe you. You should see my notes. They're ridiculous. I don't even pull my notebook out anymore. Like it's just pages and pages and pages and pages. But that would be a serious issue. If that was what is said.
Yeah, I can't find it right now. But it was something about them finding the F-150 locked, and they were looking for Dylan's guns. Where in the world is it?
I'm talking about the time.
Oh, wait, I got it.
Searching on Saturday. How is that possible when no one allegedly knew he was missing till Tuesday?
That's been said though, and it says here. Okay, so this is my notes. So I assume I actually I actually saw it on a video, and it was legit because I wouldn't have just written this down for no reason. Candace said Dawn checked Dylan's truck Sunday, was locked, not sure where Dylan's guns were, and then Jim was brought in to help search by Dawn. They said, "Don't worry," to the family. That's what my notes say for that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It was the don't worry.
Uh-huh.
But I am
It's also taken Jim back to the scene, if anything, and allowing him DNA and fingerprints at the scene.
And then here's another weird thing.
I'm completely perplexed by this Saturday searching. That was absolutely sad for sure.
Yeah, it was said twice. It was said by Candace and then by Sammy.
But Sammy also could have been repeating what Candace said.
I don't think so because Candace.
Was that happening or?
I don't think so. Sammy was much more elaborate. Candace in the interview, I think it was one of the East Idaho ones. I'd have to go back and look at it, but she very clearly states the word Saturday night in one of those interviews, and I don't think many people picked up on it because it's one of those non-YouTuber things, just like mainstream media. So
yeah, no, you have my full undivided attention at this moment. That
Okay.
would be a huge discrepancy. Huge.
I can try to find the video. I wouldn't have written it down if I didn't pop out to me again. I think it's the very first interview she gave. I gotta find which one that is. Let me look. Let me look through my.
Nate Eaton.
Pardon?
Probably Nate Eaton. I think that's the first one that they would be likely to go to.
Actually, it might have been
talking more about Kurt's daughter saying Saturday.
Yeah, but that could have just been something she heard because she was there. She says she was there while the FBI and all them were there.
She was there. So that's not something that she heard. That's I'm gonna need to hear that. I did not watch that interview with Zav Girl.
That was with Salty. Oh no, that was with Zav. You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, so according to my notes, the thing where Candace says that they checked Dylan's truck on Sunday and it was locked, that's on Heavy D. God, I gotta really write better notes.
No, you should see my notes. They're like scribbled all over. I circle things. I star different things. I do all kinds of shit. I'm my head's just spinning at this moment.
Because of the Saturday thing?
Yes.
Yes. Mine too. I didn't catch that. I really didn't.
That's a
huge discrepancy.
It would be a very large one. like a day's larger, like a day's large one. It's been said for what's today, the 20th, over a month and a week that they did not know he was missing until Tuesday. So how would anyone be searching on Saturday if you did not know he was missing
Well, I
until?
think what you're saying, searching, what they're saying was the grandma sent Dawn out to look at the trailer, and I think we're calling it search. I think that might be a word discrepancy with us too, maybe, possibly.
Okay, so what we're saying is the Wadsworths were not searching on Saturday. They were
Correct.
talking about
No,
okay,
not the Wadsworth.
okay, okay. You guys
No,
were
no, no, not the Wadsworth searching.
No.
okay.
What I'm saying is that the Kurt's daughter said that I guess it was grandma called Dawn, and Dawn was looking, possibly Jim. I'd have to rewatch the video. Dawn and Jim were at least looking for Dylan on Saturday night. And I believe Candace also said Saturday night in one of the early on interviews. She says Sunday most of the time, but there's one time in the interview where she says Saturday night.
The other thing I caught was she didn't even know her son was missing until JD called her.
Yeah.
That was hard to hear.
What day was that?
Why would she say that? That's just so. It just makes no sense. Like that's not.
Because it's probably what happened.
Yes, I know, but that makes what they said previously a lie. Why lie? Why the lie? I'm just asking, like, why the lie?
To look like a better parent than what you were.
Okay, fair.
I know I'm not going to say anything, but I mean, honestly, a few things I said during a few things also made me look like a better sister than I was, which.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, that's plausible.
True, but I wasn't a bad sister, but, I didn't find out myself or say, oh my gosh, she was missing.
Well, I think that's been happening throughout this case with Dylan is that, the family just wears the mask in public. And
yes,
they, and everybody's like ripping that mask like slowly off and looking behind it like, oh shit. So I feel like that's happening, but that's just so strange. I mean, he goes missing on the 28th. The family allegedly showed up on the 30th. But they're saying Saturday nights. I guess if that makes you feel like a better parent, but I don't know why you would screw up a timeline like that. It just that bothers me. I don't like that. I find that very weird. I don't know.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't like that. Because I just, if it's my kid, and I'm thinking about if this is my kid, I have a 19-year-old. So I'm not going to say, oh, I was out there searching Saturday night when I really wasn't searching till the 30th or showed up to the 30th. Why would I do that?
I think you're missing Black Dove's words a little. They didn't say they were searching. They said they sent, well, let's just stick with Dawn because I don't believe it was James too. Saturday, they just sent, the grandmother actually sent them out there to look at the Dylan surroundings. You're saying searching, and you're stuck on the word searching. That it's not the word searching per se.
So it's just Don and Jim. That's it.
It's just Dawn as far as I know.
Right.
Possibly Jim as well.
That's the confusion part too.
Yeah, and it's. I believe all of this actually came in the Heavy D Sparks video, which was very, very early on. Yeah, because I've got it written.
That was deleted. You said, right, Black Dove?
The part of that was deleted was tire tracks, and they landed in the wash. Now there's actually 2 helicopter searches, and one of them was by a guy named York. And so what's weird about this is, and this is another weird discrepancy. So there's a guy with a Robinson helicopter named York. I don't know his his other name. Like I don't know if York is his last name or his first name or what, but so there's 2 helicopter searches. This was brought up in a news broadcast. I think it was can't remember which news station it was. But anyway, so the first helicopter search that they did was with this guy, and they landed in the wash and they saw the tire tracks. And Candace said that it looked like the truck
The grain truck.
had similar tracks to Dylan's, and they wanted law enforcement to look into it further. And that it looked like it was fishtailing, like it was driving in the rain, but was not in 4-wheel drive, which would make sense if Dylan's truck was being driven in the rain since the 4-wheel drive was busted. Then the Heavy D Sparks video, they did the same thing. They landed in the wash. They looked at the same tire tracks. But then for the Heavy D video, they edited out that part.
But how do you know that something looks like your son's tire tracks when everybody like had trucks?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like, Candace knows her trucks. I'll tell you that. Have you seen her trucks?
Oh yeah, she does know her trucks. That's true.
No, I mean I know that she, worked for a trucking company or whatever.
No, she
Oh, no, she
has a show
builds.
truck that's worth hundreds
truck.
and
Oh
hundreds of
yeah,
thousands of
doesn't
dollars.
she have some tricked out
Yes.
truck? It's black, isn't it? I think I have seen it.
And the interior is like red and white.
Yeah, that's what I remember. I don't know
It's
if
not a black truck.
I don't know what I can't remember the exterior. Can you, Black Dove?
No, I remember the interior is red and white though.
Yeah, see,
I think
that's all I remember.
actually I think the exterior is red and white as well. I think the whole truck is red and white, and then they have others. There's another one that's like a metallic black or dark brown.
Yeah, I think I saw a black truck. I remember seeing like some kind of black truck or something.
She had like 6 big rigs or something. I don't know. I'm not kidding. Like
I believe you.
Somebody looked it up, and she's got like multiple tricked out, very expensive semi trucks.
Why would she have all that? Like I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it is red and white. 2017 Peterbilt 389 flat top.
Yeah, that's the one.
Why does she have this? Like, what the hell?
For truck shows and stuff. They both have their own trucking company, so I'm sure it's like their mascot truck or something to that effect. What they can do with trucks,
I'm just
maybe.
curious. I mean, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but how do you have assets like that when you owe?
Because that's why she owes. Oops, in my opinion.
Well, no. I mean, there's already been adjustments against her, and they'll take your stuff if you don't pay, unless maybe she's making payments on it or something. I don't really know how that would work, but
I don't know. I did want to. I keep forgetting to go back and listen to that interview with the ex-boyfriend's or ex-fiance's wife on there, or maybe she was I don't know. I do want to go back and listen to that though.
Who?
The Candace Cooley's ex-boyfriend's fiance.
Good Lord. They're going that far this fast?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, this case is moving at like DEFCON 5 speed.
Well, when you bring the drama in from the get-go,
yeah,
you get pure nobody wanting anything but drama.
Ex-boyfriend, fiancés, ex-fiancés, whoever. I mean, like YouTube goes so hard, I swear. Like they will find your first girlfriend that you ever kissed to talk about how that went.
I'm shocked they haven't found.
I know. They're going to be parading out like Justin Rounds' prom date next.
I think they're trying to hurt him enough.
Huh?
I think they're trying to dig up enough dirt on him as well. Let's just stop. Let's refocus back to Dylan. He's not labeled a suspect yet, and he's not.
I don't think he did anything to his son. I
Dawn?
honestly don't think
No,
one of them.
Justin.
Oh,
No,
Don, I don't trust anything that he now says because he's redacted from a police report, which means that they're using him as a witness. So even if he did have a part in this, they're using him as a witness, and they've already gave him basic immunity. That's what happens, in my opinion.
pretty
Let me
much. I
just bring
have
that
an
up.
issue with that. That's what I'm saying. Like Don is like, are you serious? You know, like you cannot tell me, hi Pink, that you live out there and live right there by Dylan and you didn't see nothing. And now you're a witness against Brenner? Like,
Right.
okay.
In which Robert Avilas also gave up Chase's guns and didn't get the same thing. So it makes you really, really wonder what Don knows and has seen or done.
I think Karmic got it right with that. I think that's
Amen.
probably exactly what's happening. I mean, you know the saying, like the first one to sing gets the deal.
Yeah. And that's why I don't trust a word Hatley says. If he would speak, but that would be interesting to hear. I'd love to hear it.
well, I can't watch it and like be on a panel or anything, but I'm 99% sure that the place where Candace says that they were searching on Saturday night, yeah, she says from Saturday night to Monday, Dawn and Jim were looking for Dylan. I'm pretty sure that's the Heavy D Sparks video. So go back and rewatch that. And she says it's somewhere in there. I don't have the time index, but that's a huge bombshell, like, discrepancy for me. And I didn't pick up on that until, I don't know, a few days ago when I started rewatching old stuff again.
Sorry, I'm back. I don't know if you guys missed me or not, but
of course.
Oh, well, thank you.
But you caught that thing about Candace saying Saturday night to Monday, right?
On Heavy D video.
Yep.
Me?
Yes. Yes, you.
I did watch that. I watched that like right when it like came out, so I don't remember it word for word. I was really more concerned with Kurt's daughter saying that, but if she didn't say that, then it's fine.
No, she did say it. She said it to me. Kurt's daughter said it too.
Black
they
Dove.
both.
Yeah,
that's why it stuck out.
Context though? Did she say like she was out there searching, or
No. Kurt's daughter did not say she was out there searching. She said that I believe Grandma called on Saturday and had Dawn go out to look for Dylan. I believe that's what she said. You can watch the Zav Girl thing because that was something that I was asking her specifically about the discrepancies in the timeline, which is something that's been, like cropping up more and more. And she was like, no, people were out there looking on Saturday. I was like, what? Because that's the second person who said it.
I wonder if that's something that she's just repeating, because it's just been said that none of them knew until Tuesday. So I don't know if she heard that and she just repeated that.
You mean Monday, right?
No, I mean Tuesday.
But how was search and rescue and the boots found on Monday?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Because so wait, Candace went out there on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And according to her, the search and rescue party, the people, arrived between 4 and 5 p.m. on Monday. So how could it be
on Wednesday?
What?
He ran into him last Wednesday and he asked to use his phone. Okay, so that has to be about Chase. Sorry.
Yeah, that's about
Ignore
Chase.
me.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah, I was talking to you because I thought he said last Wednesday for the search. Sorry.
Good night, Mary. Thank you and good night.
She said Monday 4 to 5 p.m. was when search and rescue arrived on the scene.
Okay, so at first they're suspecting Chase in this video. Heavy
Yeah.
D's video was
Yeah, they were focused on Chase at first.
okay.
So that's not surprising. That's originally, I think, how Jim Terry was brought into it to track down Chase. Because they even had like a poster that said, like he was wanted, like in suspicion of this. So, but that's such a huge problem.
So
Like it's
Black
just that doesn't make any sense at all.
So I brought something to the party. It's new and interesting for you.
Black Duck.
Well,
Yes.
it's more about thought.
Did you
It's when you discuss things with other people, you start thinking. And this is why I like this kind of thing.
Did you actually see the route of these airplanes that they took? Because they said they got special clearance. So did you
No,
get to
I
track
don't
these
have.
airplanes?
I could track it. I'd have to go back to whatever day. I don't know what day the Heavy D Sparks video.
It says 1
Or
month ago, so I don't.
yeah, but I need an exact date. Like,
So could you do a little research on that and see their actual where they search with plane?
yeah, I can
Okay.
rewind months.
I'd like to
And
hear if you do that.
yeah, I can rewind months, but I just need to know what day Heavy D went out there and flew his helicopter.
I'll have it here in just a sec.
That's why teamwork is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no date at all on here.
This says,
June 8th.
1 month ago.
It was June 8th?
2022. Yes.
Where'd you get that date?
I'll screenshot that for you in case you want me to email that to you.
No, that's fine. I just got to start playback on my
Oh,
flight
you're
radar.
right. It
Do I got
was
an approximate time here?
I thought 3 o'clock comes to mind.
I gotta switch this thing from universal time to freaking like normal human time. I don't know what UTC is here.
It's not a very big city at all. And then from there, nearest town is Wendover.
Ew.
We haven't even really discussed Wendover, have we?
As far as what?
Yeah, I know. Like, what do you want to talk about Wendover?
Like him being in Wendover. Heavy D just said it's literally right there. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's like right near Montello.
Well, according to fastpeoplesearch.com, Don Hatley has a residence in Wendover.
So is Dylan's lot on in 3 different counties, whatever? No, it can't be state because it's still Nevada. Wendover, Nevada.
There's Wendover is the Utah side, and West Wendover is the Nevada side where the casinos are.
Yeah.
So you'll have the people living in on the Utah sides and going to school there, and then the high-paying jobs will be on the Nevada side.
Okay. So the Wendover they're speaking of is Utah, or
yeah, but yeah, I don't know about over there, but here it's all collectively Wendover. I wasn't aware that they even called.
Heavy D says it's on both. He just said it's some on the Nevada and some on the Utah side.
Where they were flying?
Where they were flying. I'd like you to track that just to see.
I'm looking right now. I'm fast forwarding at 300 speed through June 8th.
You're amazing.
If this damn phone would work.
Yeah, I went and watched that video and nearly fell over when they showed the hangar where his helicopter was, because last fall I was working on demolishing the interior of a a warehouse just northeast of there, and would go past that hangar all the time, and sometimes would see
Wow.
the helicopter out front.
I have no
What's funny
idea
is,
what this question means, but Georgia has a question for you, Black Dove.
yeah, no, I was never going to take over that channel.
He said no from the start. He was kind of R&B and twist, and
Okay. Yes, there's your answer, Georgia. No.
I mean, it's not like he doesn't come when he's okay and not doing something. He does jump on panels, even if they're people to be fought with. That could be potentially a dangerous thing for him with what he's going through, guys. Come on.
Oh, I don't know anything about that sum, so I don't know.
I knew you don't, but what you said earlier, it just plays through my mind. And in fact, what Laura just went through and all that, like you hear so much of what they're going through in their personal life, he doesn't need that. He has enough haters. He said that.
I know that is.
I guess
so
people
weird.
would respect his wishes. That's all. And I'm not being
There we go.
nasty to Georgia either. It's not just you.
What happened to gloridellen?
I don't know. I don't know if she dropped off. I don't know.
Hey, Black Dove, on that helicopter, they do show its tail number. Do you want me to grab that real quick?
Oh, that would be much better
Okay,
than
let me pause it
than
right.
doing this. I hope I can go back to June 8th by searching for that.
Let me go back. Maybe I missed it again. Oh, let me get it big so I can screenshot it. I missed it.
Hope he doesn't have it blocked.
I missed it again. Yep. Okay, let's see. Nope, stop, baby.
Okay, this is completely out of hand, Black Dove. I am now getting texts for you.
What?
I swear to God, I literally this is you guys. You guys
Text.
to stop this. I really just got a text for Black Dove. He's taken over my whole life, my entire identity here. But if you would like to hear the question,
Oh my God.
This is just I've never even seen something like this. Either way, this person said that they're unable to comment on YouTube. They not sure if it's because they're on an iPhone, but they said Black Dove was just mentioning you. That would be me, I guess, on Tyler's show. I don't know. Were you yakking about me earlier?
Probably referencing what you said.
No.
Oh, he was. He was referencing that you said that there was a third person there, possibly. Maybe.
Yeah, I brought that up, but I
In
also
my
said,
opinion, yeah.
It was
no, I
nothing
said that I was on your stream last night and you brought up some interesting facts as well as the fact that you were apologizing, and I didn't think you needed to apologize yesterday.
Oh, well, thank you.
Correct.
I did feel like I
It
did
wasn't
too. I appreciate that. But here is the question that she wants to ask you. She said, could you ask him if it could be, or she said, I'm sorry. Black Dove was just mentioning you on Tyler's show, Dylan's grain crop dying. Could you ask him if it could be because the grain turns from green to brown as it matures for harvesting?
Oh, good.
Doesn't look like it. It looks like it was a very, very sparse crop. It doesn't look like it was well tended to, and it looks like it's dying off.
Well, Kurt does say there is a problem with the pump. Everybody.
Yeah.
He does say that. Whether it's true or not, we don't know.
Did you grab that tail number for me so I can
it's
find out where
so
he
blurry
went?
and tiny, I can't see it.
Salty Pancakes is going to be going out there this weekend, and maybe shoot him an email to take a look at the crops and
good
get some
idea.
footage.
Well, was that part of the area they don't want anyone around? Well, I don't think you
That
could.
could be because I could text him and ask.
Could you
But
please anyway?
Well, even if it's somewhere where they're not supposed to go, you can get close enough to it to get
Okay.
a good look by,
Black
other.
Dove, the number is so small, and my resolution won't show me what it is. It's really small, and
You know,
looks
I
like
could
kind
probably
of
just
gray.
Google Heavy D Sparks helicopter tail number.
Hopefully, it's under
Yeah,
that
that's
name and
okay.
not as real. But you also said there was another helicopter airplane.
Yep.
Okay, just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
It's absolutely preposterous, vanilla unicorn. I'm telling you, preposterous.
Okay, it says search and rescue was here the first night. They got here around 5, and they didn't take off looking until by 7:30. Then they bailed and came back maybe 6 hours later. That's what Candace just said. You want to hear it?
Yeah,
Black Dove?
go ahead and play it.
Then they bailed, and then they and looking until by 7:30. Yeah. Then they bailed and looking else. And they, like I said, search and rescue. They were out here the first night. They got here maybe 5. They didn't even take off and looking until by 7:30. Yeah. Then they bailed, and then they came back maybe 6 hours that day, and then they said we're calling it, and they all left. Past that over there, you'll see the hill. The last place is
Does that help a little?
Yes, but it's just so conflicting. I mean,
Like that, right where it makes the bend. That's
1541, but it gives
She says the number 1541. So
As far as what time?
yes. What does that mean?
yes.
Oh,
The
okay.
time. Remember the 2 and 3 was in question yesterday.
Yeah, 1541 is 341.
341.
4 mile radius, and the cop showed me on the map. So if you draw that,
And it was within the 4-mile radius of that peak.
and the rest of the circle would have no reason.
I feel like you guys are gonna make me go back and watch this all over again.
I'm doing
That's
it.
what I did the other day, and it was really enlightening.
Well, I think I might have to do that, and then I don't know if Salty still has it up. I have like a 3-hour live stream with Kurt to watch.
And Queen
I don't
Bees.
know. Huh?
And Queen Bees. I gotta finish Queen Bees. So I
Yeah, I
need to
have
do all
like a
3 of those
list
too.
of shit that I need to watch now, and I'm just
Well,
like,
keep me on your task so I can stay on task with you, Jess.
yeah, I know. It's just like just racking up over here. Hours of my day, I'll be watching this, going over it with a fine-tooth mental comb.
Yeah, I think I'll take notes this time. Black Dove's forcing me to take notes. Well, you too. You both are taking notes.
Oh,
I'm going, I don't
take notes because-
remember.
Listen, my notes have served me because people have said things to me. I've wrote down notes, and then I'll talk to them again, and they lie. And I'm like, wait a minute, that is not what you said. It is right here in my notes. You said this. Yeah, I take a lot of notes.
It'll make more sense because there's honestly no words for it. There really isn't.
You're positive that's June 8th that Heavy D Sparks video was like.
Yes, sir. I
recorded?
screenshotted it. Do you want me to?
Yeah,
No, I
it's
meant like.
right on the description of the
Do
video.
you want
It's
the link
June
for
8th.
the video? I've got it up.
No, I got the link myself. I'm
Okay.
trying to do 2 things on 2 phones. I'm trying to look.
If you hold on,
And they do say his phone and wallet on the Heavy D video, not the gun. And what was the other thing? The key fob.
Key
They
fob.
don't say those 2. They do say the wallet and phone.
Yeah, if you just hit that little down arrow next to the title of the video, Black Dove, you'll see where it says June 8th.
I'm not seeing his helicopter flying around on the playback here, which is.
Do you think this was recorded days before?
No, June 8th.
Oh, I got no idea.
Somewhere on there, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that it was recorded a day or two before it aired.
Oh, I'm
wait a minute.
sorry.
I thought you were
And then
saying that the
they
flight
edited
was
it
June 8th.
too.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what the video was, and I thought that that's when they put it out.
Yeah, but they went back and edited it. You guys know that, right?
So when it edits, does it say it edited on this date, but was
I
does it
don't
say?
know, but they did go back and edit out the part where Candace like really went into talking about squatters and all that kind of shit.
So he just said he didn't like that kind of
Let's
size.
see.
They edited out where Heavy D landed in the wash and talked about the fishtailing tire tracks too.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
all it's that same boob. and I
Which
go,
really blows your mind.
Well, it was said after the fact that they took that part out because it was allegedly a searcher's vehicle.
Georgia,
And
that's just rude as hell. Like, do not compare my voice to Tina's. Please, for the love of God. All right, go ahead, you guys. Like, I
Oh my
want
gosh! And now that you said it,
don't even some.
listen, she, I don't know. She's making me proud lately.
Why?
I'm just gonna because she's finally getting to the point where she's fixing to tell some real facts that we need on him, and that would help a
Girl,
lot.
you know what? If these people have not figured out that man by this point, I'm like, what in the world do y'all
We
need
just
here?
want criminal charges,
Well, he's running across highways all messed up and stuff.
and
Like,
he's getting
what
away with
life-
this in every state. By the way, New York, Texas, Tennessee, and Georgia. All
Well,
have got
it kills me the people that are like, oh, he just needs help.
no man.
No, yeah,
Yeah, he
needs
does. Someone needs to
rehab and
smack the
just
crack
stop
pipe out of his
stealing.
hand.
Like,
In my
you know-
opinion.
what?
I said, in my opinion, someone just needs to smack the crack pipe out of his hand, and we'd all be good. He could probably be a normal citizen. Who knows?
I don't know about that. I don't know about normal. There's not a lot of normal to work with there, but he needs some serious help.
Yes,
I don't even go to that part of YouTube. That's like the Badlands to me. Like I don't even like venture over there because it's just such a nightmare. Poor Black Dove. He probably doesn't even know this shit even exists. Like
right.
he's got this one little taste of this drama. Like please. Let us introduce you to Ernie Shell, Black Dove.
who's that?
That would be fun.
There's the part Black Dove's interesting.
Wouldn't you just like to take Black Dove all around the true crime community and just get his commentary on all the people we could introduce him to? Like, I think that would be hilarious.
Sunday morning and said, go check.
Okay, here it is. Here's the part y'all were interested in, what she says. You want me to play it here? Let's see if I can get it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Somebody will, so he may not talk to everybody, but daily he talks to somebody. So Saturday when Karen didn't hear back from him after putting the truck in, she got a hold of Dawn Sunday morning and said, go check Dylan blah, blah. They said,
did y'all hear that? She said she got a hold of Dawn Sunday morning.
He checked, he said the campers, his pickup's locked, we can't tell if his guns are in there, he hasn't been here. So then he went and got Jim and they went and looked again. So
did you hear that?
Yeah.
He couldn't find the guns. Then he went and got Jim, and
so then he went and got Jim, and they went and looked again.
So
I guess
the grandma called Dawn first.
Yes.
And then Dawn and Jim were the first ones to look.
Yes. And so throughout this, I have Karen thinking back on it, like, did they say anything like, don't worry about it, he'll be fine, everything's good. So she didn't alert me or Justin, his dad. So then Monday comes around and I get a phone call from JD, Dylan's best friend, that says, have you talked to Karen? They're looking for Dylan. And I said, no, I have heard nothing about this. So from Saturday night till we got out here Monday, Dawn and Jim had been supposedly looking.
Did you hear that part? They got out there
the big
Monday,
one.
not Tuesday.
No, so you missed the big part. From Saturday night to Monday, Dawn and Jim were looking for Dylan, is what she just said.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was listening to, Black Duck. Like that's
That's
just
what she
such
just
a.
said.
Can you imagine like the two people that did this? They're the searchers. Like okay,
Right.
you know,
And then
it's
they had more time to strew these boots. And what if she's
the
wrong that he
boots do
did
not
have a
make sense.
second?
I am sorry. Any which way
That's what's
you want to cut
good.
that, if
Yes.
Brenner did this, it does not make sense that he left them there like that. I can't reconcile in my
Yeah,
head
like why?
that would make sense.
Why? Unless those are a backup pair and she just didn't know that he had that second pair and they went in the trailer and took them out and threw them to make it look like maybe even frame.
Why?
I'm
Why
pretty
throw the
sure they
boots?
said he
I
had
don't
one pair.
know. It doesn't make any sense.
No, the boots being there doesn't make any sense unless they were planted there or carelessly left behind by somebody very, very careless. But you'd have to imagine if somebody was that careless, they wouldn't have done such a good job getting rid of Dylan.
Or they were
Right.
beating him and making him strip.
Huh?
Why
What
not
did you just
clothes?
say?
Well, I was just guessing, like running through a random thing where they were beating him and made him strip so he couldn't get away from them. You have to take off your boots in order to take off Wranglers. She says he only wears Wrangler pants, and we know how those are. So you'd have
Yeah,
to
but
take
the
There's
boots
going to
were
be somebody that listens to this live stream that is going to be like, "Oh my God, somebody said it." There is one person that has said that exact same thing that they believe that he was stripped. It's not Kurt. It's not Kurt, but
So
that they believe he was stripped down all the way.
let me just say that was just a random thought in my head that no evidence points to that at all. Just so if you're re-listening to this, please don't spread that
No, it's
misinformation.
just that's really crazy because you're the only other person that I have heard say anything like that. And it's just yeah, that's
Well, I
just
can't
really
make sense of them boots. I cannot, like, why? It doesn't make any sense.
doesn't. And you know, if it would
Unless he's
make
in that
sense
dirt
to
pile.
be reckless or careless and leave them behind like that if you were in a time crunch.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, if you had an hour or
But if you're in a
something
time
and like,
crunch, why
holy
would you
shit,
take
I
them off
forgot
of
the
them?
boots. But that's not what happens. They had like
Till
pretty
Monday.
much like 2 days. So you can't tell me that this guy gets rid of a body this well. No, nobody can find it anywhere. But the boots are like feet from his trailer, and he just leaves them
Yeah.
there for 2 days. That just makes no sense. It doesn't.
But what would make sense at all to take his boots off his person?
Somebody did have a good theory about that one.
What? Tell me.
If you had to carry somebody and it was two people,
Ah.
you'd have to grab them by the ankles to pick them up, and you
You don't want
can't
to
do
pick
that
me
with boots on.
Or they're
Black
dragging him and they slip
NA
off.
says that the tablet on the video shows that it was filmed on June 2nd, 1:46.
It was
Yeah.
filmed when?
June 2nd
June
at
2nd.
1:46.
1:46 p.m. Okay, that
And that
helps me
his
a lot.
phone says 1:24. So
Wait, how did you see that?
Somebody
I
said,
guess he spotted it from looking at the video
Damn, they need to be up here then.
tablet.
I know, right?
they're anonymous in a
Date,
no
June
name.
2nd. So it was uploaded 6 days after it was filmed.
Yes.
Weird.
Right, no socks.
That's Kurt did say to me that Dylan. I asked him about socks.
Good
I asked him
point.
about Dylan wearing socks, and he said sometimes he wouldn't wear them.
Good
He
point.
just wouldn't wear socks. So I was like, "What? Yeah, but I don't know. Something about them boots. I always say that, but there just is. Something about that is not adding up. I don't believe it was a plant by Jim or Don. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
Well, I could see it being the family doing it to try to jumpstart an investigation.
But how would they have gotten them?
Well,
Unless it's a
they
second
were
pair.
okay. Well, okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you could throw out your theory and, and somebody like
Okay,
counters
I'm not
it.
asking this to be disrespectful, but I just got to know. Has anyone heard any reports on Justin or Candace going out to that farm before this incident?
No.
No, they had to be shown where it was.
So what if he did have a second pair of boots? Then what Glory just said could be true. Or another theory, guys. We're just throwing it between us.
Yeah.
Well, in Zav Girl, one of her videos she did a few days ago, she was looking at photographs of Dylan. I think he was in a store, and it shows his feet, and those are clearly sneakers and not
What?
boots.
Oh, I saw that.
Do you happen to know what his age was in the picture video?
He looked like his age now.
Wait, was that the guy that JT tried to throw in as a robber of the Home Depot, which they had already had 2 suspects in custody for?
No. There's pictures of Dylan Rounds that are definitely him from like his family pictures and stuff. And the one, I believe it was from March 2020, right after COVID hit. So he would have been like 17.
Oh, wow.
In that photo.
Okay, do you remember what day that was on her video?
No, I just know that Tyler Feller did a whole big thing about the different types of shoes, which is a thing that he's been like, not berating Candace for, but calling out that she clearly didn't know that he wore a lot of different types of shoes.
Okay, so I could also see the same picture on Tyler.
Dylan Berg said that to me. Dylan Berg said to me, he was like, I said, Dylan, the boots out there just really don't make sense. And he goes, Jess, he could have had sneakers. Like he had sneakers.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, well, how do you know? He was like, well, he had sneakers. But he never met Dylan though. Dylan Berg never met Dylan Rep.
Oh.
So you gotta take that. But I did see them pictures, and that was really weird because I was like, she was so emphatic that he had worn those same pair of boots since he was like 2.
So either one of you could help me. Does Tyler show the boots?
The pictures of the shoes? Yeah,
I
don't remember what stream it's in though.
But Zav Girl also shows the same picture.
Zav Girl just plays constant pictures of Dylan, like in the background, usually on a lot of her streams, and those pictures do pop up. But like Tyler went over a whole thing analyzing all the different shoes he wears, and he had like a pair of Skechers.
Wow.
He had different shoes that he got when he went to Mexico, like different types of boots and stuff.
I'm so this mad pile I missed that stream because that's just another just outright lie then, or you didn't really know your kid as well as you thought you did.
So this pile is a trash pile, correct? It was corrected into a dirt trash pile, correct?
There's a pile of dirt and then there's a burn pit behind it.
Okay, where the boots were found.
Correct.
Okay, so what if Dylan didn't want those boots, or they hurt his feet, or it wouldn't make sense why they're 60 feet apart, but what if
it wouldn't make sense why he put them over there either. Like, they're just in an odd place, a very odd place. Like, because if you're going to dispose of boots, throw them in the trash. Like, and there was so much trash in Dylan's trailer anyway. He probably would have just left the boots outside by the step.
Country boys, if they spend a lot of money on their boot and it isn't it tears up in some sort of way or something. Whatever they do, make a lot of them, not all. I can't say all, but will like just toss them or do something silly. They're just really not thinking straight.
I don't know. Dylan apparently was a creature of habit with a very set routine.
Yeah, says.
Well, you see
mother.
that sort of in pictures with him as well, like with the same hoodie, the same flannels,
Yep.
allegedly, the same boots. But Kurt also described him like the same sort of way. That he was just very, like he was like a creature of habit. We'll just say that. So I don't know. We have people in the chat saying, you need a spare pair of boots, or another person said I think he had other boots. I mean, really, and that kind of work. I don't know. I don't know. I think I want to find Tyler Feller's stream on that and watch
I
it.
got one. It says the latest Dylan Rounds boots found 1 month ago.
No, this was like a much more recent thing than that. He went through the shoes like a few days ago or a week.
A few days ago feels like a week ago, doesn't it, Black Dove?
Yes.
I know. No, I really want to see that stream.
Is this Dylan here?
I mean, it was basically just a bunch of pictures of him with like different types of shoes on, and I mean, like he was like, oh, there he is in roller skates. I'm like, you can't count roller skates.
Here he is in Crocs.
Roller skates, God.
Yeah, he was in Crocs. He had Crocs on in one of them. He had like Skechers.
Yep, I just screenshotted it. Here he is in tennis shoes out on the farm in tennis shoes.
I'm wearing right now, so but it's
tie-dye Crocs.
I love my Crocs. I'm not gonna lie. Like, judge me if you will, but you can't count roller skates, Tyler.
Yeah, I was like, you can't count roller skates.
You can't now. The roller skates are out. But unless he's like, can you? Okay, I gotta.
There's
stop.
A picture of him eating watermelon.
There's multiple pictures of him eating watermelon.
Here's a pair of boots.
That was apparently one of his favorite things to eat.
I feel like a lot's been learned. Like a lot of just different things. I am tired. I am tired as hell. I want to tell you guys that. It's literally 8 a.m. here, and I've been like streaming. I feel for I don't even know, like some 4.5 hours, and I think there was the stream that where I restarted. It was like 2 hours or something. Like I don't do these long live streams, you guys, but this has been such a good stream. I've enjoyed talking to you guys so much. I think I am going to end it here. Glory, Summ, Black Dove, you guys are always welcome on this channel.
Thank you for having us.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow or later or something. And if you want to say something, just shoot me an email. So I'll see you guys later. Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Have a good one.
You too.